Vawulence space. It's our special Tuesday edition. It's a brand new week from our side. You guys are welcome as we always do on the platform. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, my brother Jimmy. I see you. Thank you to all of you requesting for the mic. All our blue tickers, all our non-blue tickers, all our regular handles on the platform. Thank you for joining us one more time. It's another beautiful Tuesday evening from my side. Hopefully, it is beautiful across the world, wherever you're listening to us from, wherever you're joining from, wherever you're spacing from. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend. I say welcome, welcome to the Violence Space. As we always do on the platform, I take the first few minutes of the space to always thank you guys for always joining us. Thank you guys for always turning up for these conversations, especially you guys that get to listen to my voice when we start the space, because I call you guys the first responders, because you guys are the reason why this space gets going. You guys are the reason why we come out here and we have these conversations. Most of the times we want to come on the spaces. Honestly speaking, sometimes I am not even in that mood to even start spaces. I am not in that. I just feel like I just want to have some rest. But we understand the obligations. We understand what the requirements, the commitments that we have made, and we just have to always honor it. And that's why we're back here as usual. And when we come out here, we see you guys. I never second guess. Some people ask me, "Sadam, do you ever write down?" I never write down what I come out and say. I always derive my energy from when I walk into this building and I just see people. I don't know where the energy comes from, but that's just how it just comes, and I'm just like, oh, okay, and we get the space going, and that is how it has always been with me, and has been working for me, and I'm always happy to see you guys on the platform. I'm grateful. I see all of you. I see you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Let's have an amazing conversation as we always do on the platform. If it's your first time of joining us, as I always say on this platform, you are welcome. Probably you've heard of the Violence Space somewhere, or somebody put us on, and you said, okay, let me go and check out these guys. What are these guys are even talking about here? And you're coming here for the first time. You are welcome. I promise this will not be your last time. If it's your second time, you understand what you got the last time you were here, and you're back again. You're welcome. And if it's your third time, you're now a family member. You're welcome to this church, to this mosque, to this shrine, to this atmosphere, to this temple, to this synagogue of violence. And as always on the platform, welcome, guys. We have created something. We have created wonders on the platform. And as we always on this platform, we make sure we adhere to rules and regulations. So if it's your first time of joining us and you don't understand, we have a ground rules, and my job here is to make sure I set these ground rules and keep it going until the rest of our members, the second comers, the late comers coming to the building. But before then, it is important I drop these ground rules for our people on the platform. We are building a new Nigeria, and a new Nigeria that is going to be built on rules and regulations, on facts and figures. That is what we have used as our mantra since we started this space, a space built on facts and figures. Whatever you hear on this space, I promise you, you can take it to any bank in the world and cash it out, and you will be paid in full. And I say this to you, new members. If you're joining us for the first time, it is important to give us our 25%. On this platform, we understand the importance of 25%. We understand the importance of giving us our 25% tithe and offerings on this platform, and you taking your 75%. When we say 25% on the platform, you might be wondering, how do you pay your tithe? It is simple. Please retweet the space, share the space, like the space, but do something to let the whole world know that number one space on X is up and running. And as usual, we are taking no prisoners. So use the next few seconds, my people on the platform. Let's get people into the building. Let's get our people into this conversation. For us, I say this all the time. I hope to sound like a broken record, because I say every single time, the most important thing for me is how far our conversation can go. How far people, especially Nigerians, can get the information that we throw out on these spaces. How far we can create these conversations and help in shaping nation building. It is very important for us, because if we end up just getting all the information, and I said it because almost all of us here on this platform already know what we're going to discuss. Let's tell ourselves the truth. We already know what we're going to discuss. We already know where the space is going to. But somebody reached out to me. I'm probably going to read his tweet, his message much later in the space, and he reached out to me and was like, it's still in the spirit of how far can we take these conversations? We are up in a battle of narratives. We are up as the people fighting a system that for the past 63 years have installed themselves and have perfected their act of misinformation. They understand this game better than any one of us. We do not control any form of media. We do not control. And the only thing I say this all the time to thank God. I thank God a lot, and I say because when even these people are making mistakes, they don't understand that most mistakes are working to our favor. Up until 2020, I do not think the Nigerian people had a say anywhere. We were not in control of any form of media, not even social media. You could not speak. Even as a common Nigeria, there was already a cartel of influencers. If your forte is sports, there was a cartel of influencers in charge of sports. If your forte is entertainment, there was a cartel of influencers in charge of entertainment. If your forte is politics, there were political influencers that if you do not belong to that cartel, you cannot even speak. But today, nobody's like me and you have gotten our voices. You can speak, you can make a tweet today, and it reaches millions of people, thousands of impressions. We have broken that chain as Nigerians that has held us in captive for so long. That Nigerians now, common Nigerians can have an opinion and have a say in a system. It is, for me, it is a very big victory, because if you are on social, I feel so pain, because I know when I had just 1,000 followers and I was like a lone voice screaming in comment sections of all these political hallelujah boys today. I know how I felt, because I could clearly see these people deceiving Nigerians. And the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be posting their tweets for you guys to understand what I'm saying, because I understand what we're enjoying today. I understand how powerful social media is today. So I want us to understand that what we have right now is something that many handles fought and died for. There were some lone voices then that fought against the cartels that control this fair that me and you have the privilege of tweeting today and freely. We don't freaking care. I don't believe it belong in any group. Or we'll just come and throw your tweets. People will go like and go like and. The consciousness of every Nigerian today is a politician. Every Nigerian today, when I'm talking of Nigeria, I'm talking of Nigerians on social media, please. I'm not talking of those that are offline, right? I'm talking of we that are on social media. Every one of us today are politicians. We now understand the basics. We are the system. We have passed through the system. We have fought the system, and we have made sure this social space is not controlled by the mafias. It's not controlled by the people that have been paid to control it. If you guys understand what the movement did in taking away jobs, I'm talking of billions of naira. Let's not go into dollars. Millions of dollars worth of contracts that Hallelujah Boys would have controlled in 2023 elections. You guys came and you did it for free. You guys came and you took this system from their hands and you did it for free. If you don't understand what we have with social media, my people, honestly speaking, you will never understand, because some of us came from the gutter. I lost four of my handles in this battle. Many of you know the story. Because I could not fathom the fact that how do we stay and allow these same people that have taken Nigerians for a ride? And because many people, with the advent of Obi, many of our people joined Twitter for the first time. Many of you are 2 years old on Twitter. Many of you are 1 year old. Some of you are just few months old. Many people joined Twitter because of Obi, because the whole message was coming from Twitter. And so you do not understand the pains and the sufferings that many of us pass through, that spent 10, 12 years on these streets. It's been hell on this street for many of us. You could not question the government. Buhari actually had a BMC center. Literally, young Nigerians were being paid 30,000 naira to go to the office and stay on their computers and attack people on Twitter. And they were called the BMC, the Buhari Media Center, headed by Bashir. You could not say anything against the government. Nigerians were suffering. Nigerians were being gaslighted. Nigerians could not say anything on social media because if you say anything, you see a swamp of people coming on your head. Tables have turned right now and they call you guys all sort of names and label us all sort of names because we are actually fighting the just fight. They can't believe that me and you are coming out of spaces and we're not being paid for this. They can't believe that we wake up and make multiple tweets. Some obedience can make up and throw tweets, 20 tweets a day against the system, fighting for their rights, saying things. They cannot just believe all these things. And you guys are doing it for absolutely zilch. Zero kobo, zero naira. They don't understand these things. Because for them, everything has a price. I want you guys to understand the journey of what we have and the only thing we have. It is the only thing we have. You have the reason why people like Arise have not pursued Rufai is because of the backlash that will come up on social media. The reason why things are going the way it is today is because that there's still a sample of sanity is because of the backlash that comes out from social media. I asked my friend this. I was having a call with a friend, and he was saying, "Saddam, how is it that Nigerians and this my friend is Ghanaian. He said, how is it that Nigerians after the whole elections, you guys did not protest, you guys did not do anything, but still, you people's present image is so tainted. How?" And I started laughing. He did not understand why I was laughing, but I understood why I was laughing. It was just simple. It was simply because of the work you and I have done on social media. That Nigerians are not crying, Nigerians are not agitating, Nigerians are not on the street protesting about the elections, but the whole world knew the elections was rigged. How? Social media. The noise you guys have made on social media is the single reason why Bola Ahmed Tinubu is an illegitimate president today. There is you cannot bring any data or any analysis to point to the fact that there is something happening on ground in Nigeria to put pressure on the government there is none. But openly, this man went to G20 and all the presidents were hiding from him. Why? Social media. And it is the only thing you guys have, and it is the only thing they don't have, and it is what they are fighting and they will die for to take away from you. And I just wanted to point this for many of us to understand what we have before you willingly throw away what you have. Not knowing what you have is golden. Gone are those days whereby you see narratives from the mainstream media. Probably you're watching CNN, probably you're watching BBC, or you're watching Al Jazeera, and all these media avenues have their own sentiments, have their own different takes on national issues or international issues. You get to hear different narratives, you get to hear different talking points, you get to hear diverse views, as the case may be. Because one good thing about this media space is that every media space has an agenda. And when I mean an agenda, have the agenda of those that are sponsoring the media. So probably you might look at CNN and say CNN is liberal, is leaning towards the liberals. You look at Fox and say Fox is leaning towards the Republicans. And so definitely their news will be biased towards those angles. But with the advent of social media, if Fox News is saying on ground, it looks like it's a white man that is killing people, and the CNN are saying on ground, it looks like it's a black man that is killing people. But people on ground are now reporting real life. It is not a white man or a black man. It is actually a Hispanic man. You get real news from the people on ground in real time. Where do you get those news? Social media. So please, Nigerians, obedience, do not, in the quest for not understanding the battles we're fighting, lose your most potent weapon, which is what we have today and what we are doing today. I just wanted to portray this point because I had to clear this out of the space because I've been getting a whole lot of signal messages from different people telling me how much the criminal drug baron is influencing people to talk down on Nigerians on social media. Oh, all you people do is come and make noise on space. Oh, all you people do is come and talk on space. Oh, all you people do is to tweet. All you people no action. Yes. It is that no action and no voice that has made him an illegitimate president in Nigeria today and across the world. No one nobody's leg is on the foot doing anything across Nigeria. It is the noise you've made on social media that has made him an incompetent person today. And he will kill and die to make sure you guys stop speaking on social media. If you don't know this, please know it today. It is very important to understand, and we as a people understand this. I just want to say a big shout out to my brother Jimmy. Thank you very much, bro, for hosting that space yesterday. I was actually working and I did not even get the notification. I was not like, people now reached out. Saddam, are you not coming for Italy? What's happening? Saying that NADECO's press briefing. I honestly speaking, myself, I did not hear much about it. I just joined the space, like, I think 30 minutes in. I know I heard the outcry from people and everything. I would really love to really understand you from your side, Jimmy, from the side of you being in the room itself. I really want you to explain and break it down. We probably have clips. If you have short clips from what transpired there, I really want to really know. I know I saw some couple of tweets about their demands. I heard some people say it came little too late. I do not care. For me, I don't believe anything is late. I always believe that if something has to be done, if it's the last minute, it has to be done. Get it done as long as you're doing something. So probably, bro, in the course of the space, I would love to really hear what transpired in that room. And for me, my taking point is your 3 pictures you posted and the third picture. That third picture is very, very, very important in what you are doing right now, especially as your face is out there. I will just go straight to my thoughts on the Supreme Court injustices. I am coming here to say this with my own chest and how I know and how I feel about this whole stuff. I do not trust the judiciary system. But as usual, in the usual fashion, I am here to say this. My opinion. Please, my opinion. Saddam's opinion. I do not respect the judiciary system. I do not expect anything from the judiciary system. And as usual, I do not see them doing what is right. If they do what is right, all glory be to God. And the safety of Nigeria and the future of Nigeria that includes them and their children and their children's children. If they choose to hand over this country to a criminal drug baron, all of us, all Nigerians, and I'm saying this wherever you are, whatever you do, as long as you bleed green, white, green, except you have totally cut yourself out of the Nigerian system, whereby probably you are an orphan, you don't have parents, you don't have brothers and sisters, you don't have relations in Nigeria anymore, or even if you have cut ties, you don't have anything to do with them anymore. One thing, that's the only people I can say, okay, you have totally zoned yourself out of Nigeria. I say, okay, that's fine. But as long as you have ties to that country, you have roots back in that country, and even if It's easy to cut tie. We know how blood runs. In 10, 20 years time from now, you will always want to circle back home. The damage that will be done on the 4th of November to Nigerian system is a damage that can never be reversed. It will take only one thing to reverse that damage, which is a bloody revolution. This is my opinion. I do not trust the justices. I do not believe that they have the capability to stand up for what is right. And for me, I say thank God for a time like this in this country. Thank God for how far we have come as a people. You see, because for so long, we have not cared about this country called Nigeria. I myself inclusive. For 60 odd years, Nigeria is 63 now, right? Yes, 63 years now. For 60 odd years, the citizens never cared about this country. We all developed a godlike status for ourselves, all man for himself. Every man emancipate yourself and your family. When you get money, you build your house, fence your house, you barb wire your house, you build your borehole, you buy your electricity, you buy your generators or whatever it is. We create our own government. Every man in Nigeria became a government for 60 odd years. We were all grown into that system. All man for himself system. Then we now go to the point of I pass my neighbor. I pass my neighbor system. If you now get past your neighbor, it got to a point we have to even nickname the generator as small as it is. I pass my neighbor. That is the culture we grew into as a people. Never. I was listening to, I have dragged him so much on this platform, Kingsley Mogalu. One thing you don't take away from that man, he's a very, very intelligent, smart man. And so that's why I drag him very well, because I know he's smart enough to know what is right. But he shies away from it. I was listening to his interviews with Charles on Arise, and he made some salient points, and he discussed about the 4 principles of nation building, and he talked about he said the first one is philosophical, second one is institutional, third is macroeconomics, and fourth is HDI. And when he broke these things down, I might find that clip on our page. And when he talked about the philosophical, he was talking about a Nigeria, that we are a country without a nation. There is no nationhood in it. What makes you a Nigerian? What makes me a Nigerian? What makes us Nigerians is, I don't get past. Okay, now, you don't consign me now. In Nigeria, I don't work. You don't consign me. I don't work. I don't try my best. I don't move. That is the inherent nature of Nigerians. That's who we are. We have never spoken up. We have never stood for our country. That's why these things are happening, and we became, many of them will call us emergency patriots. Unfortunate truth. We don't understand patriotism in the country. That's who we are as a people. All man for himself. And I'm not blaming them. It is the way the system was created to make us absorb ourselves from this nation, absorb ourselves from the nation building, focus on developing ourselves as a people, then allow criminals run the affairs of the system. These criminals set it up well. So you guys' eyes now opened 3 years ago after NSAS. That's when our eyes now opened and say, this system of we do this, they're going to kill us, they go. We're not killing young Nigerians anyhow. Young boy, we can hustle, make money. If I be tech, they'll call you Yahoo boy. You just carry dread, you're a Yahoo boy. They'll find you, fire you, kill you. It had to lead to the killings of young innocent Nigerians, for Nigerians' eyes to open and our eyes as the people to wake up. And I say, Nigeria, not everybody, like 30% of us, I said NSAS. Because I'm trying to paint a picture for every Nigerian to understand something. That the journey of freedom is not it is, you see, one thing I've learned about myself is that I've learned to tell myself the truth. And if you learn to tell yourself the truth, there is nothing that will shake you, or there's no praise that will come to your head that will get in my head big. There's nothing that you will say to me that will make me feel a lesser of myself, because I myself, I tell myself the hard truth. In the midst of my room, when I'm alone in my house, I tell myself, Saddam, the hard truth. Did you make a mistake here? Guy, you fucked up here. I tell myself those hard, uncomfortable truths that many of us shy away from. Many of us want things to just happen. We just want things to happen. And I'm saying this because I'm indicting the system. Please, I'm trying to get, I'm indicting the system. Because the system has built us to make things just happen. We want it quick, quick, quick. Just look at every facet. That is why we have criminals in pastors, we have criminals as imams, we have criminals in politicians. It is the system. Quick, everything should be quick. That's the Nigeria we have built. And out of these ashes, people are rising up, trying to challenge the status quo, trying to ask questions. How can we forge ahead in a country that can work for everybody? How can we move ahead? We are fighting the system. And we started this journey of fighting the system last year. Many of us joined in last year. And we pushed. And we're thinking, hopefully, by February 25th, we'll all fight so hard, go on the election box and vote in our numbers and win these elections, and we'll be declared winners, and uhuru, a new Nigeria will start. We're fighting a 63-year-old system. And we did all we could do. We got our numbers. We went out and voted. Nigerians came out in their numbers. This should be the highest turnout of elections in the history of this country. But alas, the system fought back. And the criminals in the system that have benefited from the system, that want me and you every day to cannot live in penury, they are creating a two-class system. In fact, this particular system now that we're in right now, these ones that are in charge are the most deadliest. Because the proud owners of the system are people that even want to give the middle class a chance to breathe. These ones, there should be no middle class. There should just be two classes of people, the rich and the poor. And if you ever break out from poverty to becoming rich, it means that you must have licked the feet or you have licked the ass of one of the people that are rich to get there. The system that we're talking about today. And we won these elections, and they stole these elections from us. And in their usual fashion, they told us to go to court. And we have gone to court. And we are in court. Do we trust this court? From day one, we have said, no, we do not trust the court. But one thing we can do is to provide the court with overwhelming evidence so that the whole world can see Nigeria for what it is. I, for myself, I have never for one day followed any court process. I never even know the process. I just know that after the presidential elections, candidates might complain and they'll go to Supreme Court. I never for one day followed all this. We have had emergency lawyers, emergency barristers, emergency this, emergency that. Nigerians have been groomed to understand this system. After February 25th, some of our people fell aside. Some of us continued the journey. Because for us, it is not just about the result, it's about the process. And it's about us making sure that we fight to the very conclusive end to make sure this country works. And I ask myself every day, and I'm saying this, I'm speaking from a very personal point of view because my views might be totally different from any other person's view. I don't know why you're doing what you're doing. I don't know why you're still in this movement. I don't know why you're tweeting. I don't know why you still believe. I don't know why you think we should do what we should do. I don't know why you're even doing what you're doing. And I can't question you. But one thing I still believe is that we are all doing all this thing because we truly and truly really believe that Nigeria deserves better. And that is exactly why I am involved in what I'm doing. I truly believe that we have been so self-centered as a people that because Nigeria failed to work for us, that we need to see Nigerian work for this self-centered set of people that we will just be so great. Imagine Nigeria working for people that are so individualistic that we on our own, we have created our own pathway without a system that works. Now imagine a system that works for people like us. We will be so great a nation. The Chinese will be begging. I just feel like the ingenuity of Nigerians is something that the country cannot, we are not even tapped into it. And we are doing great. So for me, I'm still in this system, I'm still in this process because our job, as Peter has always said, is to make sure we follow it to the conclusive end and see the outcome of the result. And see the outcome of the result, because for me, I know that probably the outcome of the result might not be what me and you want to hear. But if there's something I would have done, is that we would have exposed the Nigerian system for the rot that it has and the rot that it is. And at the same time, I'm saying this so that we now understand and limit our expectations. Because most times when some of us come up on violence spaces, on all these spaces, we now feel like when we're speaking to 200 million Nigerians. No, sir. No, ma. You're speaking to thousands of people. You're not speaking to 0.0001 of the population of the country. No. You're speaking to thousands of people that understand what you still understand. Probably you just have a deeper knowledge of what you think you understand. I am saying this so people can, so you can get that mental picture, because most times I come and I hear some things and like, oh, you people are not, we are not, and I'm looking at you like, do you even understand what you're saying? Do you understand where you are? Do you think that the Nigerian in Ikotepene or a Nigerian in Barkin Ladi or a Nigerian in Chibok or a Nigerian somewhere in the deep cities in Southwest is listening to you? You think they know what you're saying here? They don't know what we're saying here. What they're going to listen tomorrow is what they're going to tell them on their 7 o'clock news in the morning, 12 o'clock news in the afternoon, and their local radio stations. This is your reality. This is our reality. So you don't go and get yourself all messed up, all thinking, oh, why are Nigerians not? Oh, why are Nigerians not? Because Nigerians are not listening to what you're listening to. Nigerians do not have the information you have. And if the system we are fighting will do everything possible to make sure that this information you have do not even we do not get to them. They are even trying to take away this information from you yourself. This is your reality. So I just wake up every day and I'm thinking, I say this all the time, I'm thinking, how can we have our platforms heard across the country? How can we start indoctrinating our people to understand the reality of this country? Is there hardship in the land? Yes. Are Nigerians suffering? Yes. Are things going bad? Yes. Will things change? I don't know. I don't know. What are we doing as a people to make sure this information we get on these platforms go as far and wide? You ask yourself questions. You ask yourself, well, Peter Obi got to some number of votes in Abuja. Where are those Abuja people? And I ask you, how many of them are on Twitter? How many of them on Twitter? Every of our space, I always give you guys the numbers on Twitter, because you see, on this platform always talk about facts and figures. Man can lie, woman can lie, numbers do not lie. Numbers do not lie. We have 4 million users, Twitter users in Nigeria. I'm not talking about Nigerians in diaspora. As of last count, 4 million, and in a country of over 200 million people. You have 4 million, and the 4 million users are not even active users. If we have 1,000 people on Vawulence today, I can bet that 80% are in diaspora listening to me across the world. And if 80 of them are in diaspora, 20% are in Nigeria. These 20% are now remove 20% of 1,000. That's 200 people. Now throw 200 people across Nigeria. I'm saying it for people that will come up on space and start shouting, Nigerians there, Nigerians there. No, now suddenly you're talking to only 200 Nigerians in Nigeria. They're now breaking that 200 Nigerians on the platform across 774 local governments. We never even complete half of the local governments in Nigeria. Not talk of the wards. This is the reality. So I want you people to understand the basis of social media and social space is to make sure that you understand your forte. I always say that, I said this the last time. I said online is like when you're fighting war. You have Air Force and Land Force. Air Force will not leave their work and go and do what Land Forces are doing. The Army or the Navy. Navy will not leave sea and go and be fighting in the middle of the desert. No. Understand your role and play your role well. The Nigerian system is going towards a point whereby it will crack. If there's something I am certain of, that this system will crack. How it will crack, I don't know. So don't get yourself all worked out and say Nigerians are not out there. Nigerians are not out there because the system has not cracked. When that system cracks, it is important that when the system cracks and those people start running around, you and I will be on ground or probably on air, online, to make sure that we are creating the information rightly so and reporting it rightfully so. Because as we are speaking right now, there are so many multiple spaces going across the world reporting on what's happening about Israel and Palestine. I don't know if you guys are watching it. You open this space and they tell that Israel are the terrorists. You open the next space, they tell that Israel are Hamas, Palestine are the terrorists. You open that space, they tell you that just go online and check. You see these things happening. All because they understand that the power of shaping narratives lies on social media. Did Israel and Palestine war start on social media? No. But the narrative to keep that war going on, or to garner favor, or to garner respite, or to garner sympathy towards your side, is on the social media war. I have found peace knowing that. So I'm not going to come up here and stress myself talking to 200 Nigerians on this platform and make them feel bad about why 200 million Nigerians are not waking up on the streets and doing this. No. I know my forte. I know the level where I am. I know that this is just part of the process. It is not the complete process. We are just a system in a machine. We are just a bolt in a machine that is already moving towards gaining what it's going to gain. I understand this and I've made peace with this in my heart, and I'm saying this to every other single person. This is so that you do not go and stress your mental health and stress your brain and ask yourself questions. Why are Nigerians not this? Why are Nigerians not that? Why are Nigerians not here? Why are Nigerians not there? You will just kill yourself. Because in reality, Nigerians don't even understand what they are meant to be doing now. And with that, I say welcome to the Vawulence, my brothers and sisters. Let's have an amazing conversation. I think I've held the mic for so long, but I just had to drum this in for us to understand my own point of view. I may be wrong. This is how I see it. And I'm someone that I always want to be challenged. And I always love to, when I have a contrary opinion and you bring something superior to my distance, I will want to learn and say, oh, okay, really? Oh, really, we can if you can come and explain to me how 200 Nigerians on the platform that are here right now can get out to 200 million Nigerians from spaces. I would truly, truly, truly want to understand. But if you cannot do that, I will really not. I will not love to see the bashing, because the past couple of weeks have always been this bashing of Nigerians in diaspora and Nigerians at home. Nigerians, there's been this divide. There's been this back and forth. Oh yeah, 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 oh you people are this, you people and I'm like, you're just talking to 200 Nigerians. Wake up to your reality. This is our reality. Our job right now, Strami, is to make sure that, for me, I'm saying this, to make sure that these illegitimate man remain illegitimate in the eyes of the whole world. If I'm alone standing, so shall it be. Guys, welcome to the Vawulence space. I don't know if my brother Jimmy, I don't know if you're there, and if you're ready. If you can, please help me, save me for the next few minutes while we wait for our other people to come up. But meanwhile,
okay.
thank you on that space yesterday. Please, I will love to hear what happened in the. I did not get the full details of the NADECO space. I did not, but I know you were there live. So if you could give us a breakdown on what happened there, it will be our pleasure. Welcome to the Vawulence space. Go on, please.
All right. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you. Oh boy, that was a very interesting monologue. Welcome everybody. Welcome to another segment of Vawulence Space. It should be a fun-filled day. So let me start this way. The topic Supreme Court injustice. I don't have anything to say about those people. I don't, honestly, because all I'm just waiting for is for them to make judgment. But pending that time, when they make judgment, when they do the right thing, I want us to listen to this, please.
LP lawmaker Sean Abure set to collect SUVs. And now, those who accuse me of being rather articulated or what's the other obedient, and I keep saying that all politicians are the same. The Labour Party that everybody thought would bring some change, because let's break it down to basics. The Labour Party that everybody was looking up to, that is going to bring a change. Their lawmakers have refused not to collect, meaning that I don't know whether they have collected, but they will collect. Let me read the story here for you. Labour Party lawmakers in the National Assembly have ignored the advice of the party's chairman not to be a part of the luxury official vehicles being planned for legislators. Of course, Aburi had in a statement on Monday said that the National Assembly leadership was planning to buy, we all know the story about the SUVs. But when asked on Thursday whether health lawmakers would do as Aburi said, the lawmaker representing Delta and North and South, Ngozi Okolie, said Aburi's demands were unrealistic. So you listen now, unrealistic, particularly because he had yet to provide them with alternatives to carry out their jobs. Okay, so what is the job of a legislator? Essentially, the 8 to 5 job is not even up to 8 to 5. Job is to get to the assembly at 9 and close, I think, 2 or 3. Then, like I said, if they have oversight functions, they go visiting various ministries, which we had agreed yesterday, because nobody disagreed with me, that it could be done by having a small, nice bus. So what other jobs are they doing? I need somebody to tell me that demands that they should have a luxury vehicle costing over 100 million. Must it be an SUV? Must it be a luxurious one? Must you have individual cars? So if the Committee on Petroleum wants to visit the Port Harcourt refinery, and the committee is made up of 20, because they usually like that committee, 25 people, you put 25 vehicles on the road. But listen, you haven't, listen, it says that Madam Honorable Okolie said he was yet to provide them with alternatives. So he not get motor before. What did Madam Okolie, where did she get the vehicle she used in campaigning? Was it the party chairman that provided it? And then she said that, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. The Labour Party lawmaker, Labour, said the SUVs are meant to aid our jobs as lawmakers, particularly as it relates to our oversight functions. You see the people you have elected to take decisions on your behalf. Okay, and he said that yes, you can say that the economy is struggling, but having one official verb as a federal lawmaker isn't frivolous. It is a necessity. The rest of us that are also citizens of this country, who is going to take care of our own necessities? Is it the one bag of rice that you give to a whole community that is going to take care of us? She also says that. Now, this is the part. I've told you this before, Sheriff. The reasoning. Listen, Okolie noted that Nigerians were quick to attack lawmakers over things like this, whereas politicians at the state level, you see that kind of logic? At the state level, commissioners at the state level get more benefits than federal lawmakers. And this is, it says, commissioners and House of Assembly members get up to 2 to 3 of such cars. A thing that the Labour Party flag bearer was constantly against. But this is the reasoning of one of the honorables. It says that commissioners and House of Assembly members get up to 2 to 3 of such cars, whereas National Assembly members are only guilty of getting 1 car each. Yet he, Abure, is complaining and telling us not to collect it. Does he have any to give us? Is he going to give us work tools to carry out our jobs, or does he have an alternative for us? As Abure told the members of his state in Edo, narrowed it down to him now, not to take the official vehicles given to them. And the lawmaker further argued, this is an honorable of the National Assembly of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, now says that it was cheaper to buy those vehicles than hire one every time they needed to go on an oversight. I challenge the honorable to tell me how many oversight visits they do in 1 month. I would like our print journalists to go deep into this. Let's even...
Right. Let me stop it right there. You see, Sikiru Ayinde Barrister, he said something in one of his songs. He said, Bíbẹ́ni o, ìrókò tó gbà bọ̀dé, bíbẹ́ni lóde sẹ́yìn, ìrókò tó gbà bọ̀dé, bíbẹ́ni lóde. Obedient, well-meaning Nigerians, welcome. A beautiful space it is going to be today. I started with that. It's not part of the topic, and I'm sure it's probably meant to be part of the topic, but due to limited space. You see, these are the people we elected. For the record, I never regretted supporting them. I never regretted putting them in power. I never regretted vouching for them, standing behind them, because they were under Peter Obi. Take it or leave it. It is meant to be the structure we have. But guess what? When you join the system, you tend to change. I don't accept that. Nope. I don't accept that. Say, when you join the system or when you get into power, you will change. It is a lie. It is based on your mindset before you get into power. It is based on your thoughts, how you were brought up, your intentions before you get into power. You see, when we keep saying Peter Obi is a saint, you guys think we are mad. You guys think we are stupid. You think we're exaggerating. You think it's another higher level of hyperbole. No, it's not. That man is a freaking saint. Saint Obi. Bẹ́ẹ̀ bá mọ̀ ẹ́ lọ́mọ báyìí. Ó ti wẹ̀ ó yán kankan. Ó yàtọ̀ sí gbogbo wọn dìgbàdìgbà. It is absolutely distinguished out of all of them. All of them. Peter Obi is not your mate. Politically, ideologically, morally, this man, ó jìnnà sí yín tèfètèfè. Igi mú jìnnà sórí. Most of you cannot even, it's wrong his name coming out of your mouth. There is someone that's been tested with power. He went there. They tested him with power and he came out clean. He had access to power. He had access to money. He never misused none of those. And you come on Twitter to talk nonsense. Our House of Rep member under Obedience, under Labour Party, that was what they had to say regarding the call for them to reject those vehicles. Isn't that a shame? And the reason why I said I refuse to believe that when you get into power, things are different. Absolutely not. What happened to Alex Oti? About you for? Alex Oti. They came in together. It's in the blood. When you are determined to go and support the people, kò dẹ̀ ń ṣẹjọ́ yín. But all these lawmakers, they are under LP, kò ń ṣẹjọ́ yín. Ọmọ ilẹ̀ ni wọ́n gbogbo wọn sórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì wọn á jábọ́. Ilẹ̀ ńlẹ̀ ti mọ́ wọn lára. We took them from the ground. A gbé wọn sórí bed. We placed them on the mattress. But no, they want to go back to that ground. Ọmọ ilẹ̀ ni wọ́n gbogbo wọn sórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì wọn á jábọ́. Lẹ́yìn àpọ́nlé àbùkù ló kan. Wọ́n dẹ̀ kan àbùkù. Wọ́n á kan ìdínú yọ̀. It is certain. Time kan péré náà máa ṣe. Ó ti show, ó guarantee 100%. Ó confirm ni. Táàmù kan péré ni kì í bá tì. Ẹ̀ẹ̀kan péré ni. Ẹ̀ẹ̀kan náà máa lọ. It's just that once. You see, we have poverty being weaponized in that country. I spoke about totalitarianism and what is going on in Nigeria right now. Saddam said something earlier on. He said the death of democracy. Let me put that into a different perspective. Let me give an explanation to that, or definition to that. You see, it is the democratic decline involving. It doesn't happen immediately. When they say death of democracy, it doesn't happen immediately. It is the democratic decline involving in weakening of democratic institutions. All the institutions in Nigeria that are meant to be upholding democracy, they've been killed slowly, not just today. It's been happening gradually. Brown envelope. Before you can do anything, you need to bribe people before you can get away with anything. You need to bribe people. If you don't bribe people, you're not getting what you want. It's been happening for a very long time. And the peaceful transition of power is not there. Free and fair election is out of it. Or violation of human rights. All these things I'm mentioning, does it sound strange to you? These are the qualities of knowing a failed state, a dead democracy. There is no democracy in Nigeria anymore. In fact, the definition of democracy has changed in Nigeria. It is now money of the people, stolen from the people, to buy the fucking people. That is the new democracy in Nigeria. Money of the people, stolen from the people, to buy the people. That is what is going on in Nigeria right now. If you don't know, now you do. That is the lifestyle we are living in Nigeria. And guess what? The whole freaking world, they're watching us. They are watching us. In country, what a shame, a disgrace, internationally on the scale. By the way, international disgrace. An interim working mannequin president has made the move again to block FBI from releasing. You don't even talk. Join them, say, if they release this one, I don't ti bàjẹ́ o. Tòun ti ta o, ẹ má release yẹ o. So, we'll see how that's gonna end. And by the way, the judge they approached to block this, let me give you an idea of who that judge is. She is a very strong advocate of DEA. She used to work with the administration back in the days, an American woman. And she spent over 20 years of her life in the department of, guess what? Narcotics in America. She's not a judge. And tí wọ́n gbé ẹjọ́ Tinubu lọ bá nìyẹn o. That's the person they went to meet that they should block. They should not allow FBI to release. She has been in the narcotic institution fighting criminals, fighting drug lords for over 20 years. It didn't end there. Then when she stopped, when she left that department, she went to another one where she was made the deputy chairman of the people that crafted the Freedom of Information Act in America. Those are the two allergies Tinubu has right now, and happens to be in one person that is supposed to be the judge that would block that. Okay, let's see how that goes. The delay tactics is just to block. Sorry, not to block. It's just for him to buy time. Either they release it or not. It's not after that. It's working on time, because he has this mindset that the moment Supreme Court, passes their judgment, whatever comes after that is by the way. It's just it won't make any sense anymore. And the only way you could leave power is by him being impeached. And the people that are actually meant to come together and come to an agreement to impeaching him, right? I will not take that body back. These are the same people that they've been compromised. I will not take jeep over $100 million. $100 million naira each. So when they say the man is a strategist, this is what they mean by that. He's diabolical. He's strategist in devilish acts, in manipulating people. He knows what he's doing. Oti domicile ko ba le tele tutu. Is it the vigilante tó jẹ́ pé torchlight ló mú kiri? Torchlight ló fi ń ṣe vigilante kiri ládùúgbò. Kò ní ọ̀bẹ àbádá. No cutlass, no weapon whatsoever. It's just torchlight. Vigilante with torchlight. Ran under that platform and he won. On fẹ́ gbọ́kọ̀ 100 and èlò náà pé iná 130. Some people are saying 130, 160. Okay, jáde ẹ̀ pàjọ́ ẹ̀ di 100 million naira. I am telling you, that man will not drive that car. He go sell and use the money, buy Toyota Corolla. That is what is going to happen, because he has never seen money in his life. That is what is going on. So them they laugh. I didn't tell you. He go buy I'll buy machine. I'm telling you. I want money miss road in here. We will see more of them. We will see more of them. I always say it. Don't be shocked. A lot of people will surprise you. People you look up to. People you expect to come out and stand bold and say, you know what? That's some bullshit right there. That's not going to happen. This is not right. No. It's a commonsensical thing. There's a difference between light and darkness. People you look up to, people you look as your role model. Wọ́n ti gbà bọ̀dé, wọ́n ti jẹ́ dodo, wọn lè sọ dodo mọ́, àwọn oníjẹkújẹ alátẹnujẹ òpònú àgbà òṣì. Wọ́n ti jẹjẹkújẹ. They've all been bribed. Àmọ́ òótọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ ní ká máa sọ òun. Bá a bá sọ̀rọ̀ a máa kú, bá a bá sọ a máa kú. You talk, you die. You don't, you still gonna die. So you might as well just speak. I don't know, let people know what is going on. Speak up. Ìdúró òsì bẹ̀rẹ̀ òsì fẹ́ tó gbọ́dọ̀ mi. Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, àti gbọ́dọ̀ mi báyìí. They've grabbed it, they've snatched it. They are running away with it. But we are right behind of them. I love the fact that the whole world is seeing what is going on. How we keep talking about these things. How we keep going back and forth every single day about this topic. People now live and breathe on Twitter now. People are now addicted to Twitter now. It is now part of people's lifestyle. If you don't go on Twitter in a single day, it's like something is missing out of your life. That is the passion. that comes with the fact that you need to fix your country. You need to get the country right back on track. That is the love. That is the heartbeat going on. I have a lot of people reaching me in my DM. Is this how we're going to be doing it? Is this how we're going to keep living our lives? No, it's not. You see, we are on the right part of history. I keep saying it. And for you to know that, we've been consistent. Nothing has changed us. Nothing has proven otherwise. But guess what? Our opponents will see what is going on now. They think election is over. No, well, not. It's not over yet. A lot of them, the money they were expecting is gone. What they were expecting wasn't cutting it for them, and they stepped out. It wasn't benefiting them. They're not making money out of it. And that's the organic love, the organic natural movement that is called obedient movement. It is shocking for them to know that we're not getting paid for what we're doing. We are not getting paid. They can't get their heads around it. It is impossible for them to absorb that fact. I wish we were getting paid. How much is that going to be? It will be running in trillions of dollars. I bet of you, it will be running in trillions of dollars because everyone is majority of the obedient are well-to-do. Honestly speaking, no caps. And that's the fact. Nigeria will be saved. I have no single doubt in that. Nigeria will be saved. Things are unfolding and we are watching closely. A lot of things are going on the ground. A lot of things are going on the ground. You see, the pressure is out there. The pressure is fucking high. The pressure is so high that the judges, they don't even know what to do. It's not even about the money anymore. It is about the fate of that country. It is about the fate of Africa. It is about the fate of how people see us internationally. It is the fate of how people consider us a country. The decisions we make, what we conclude legally as right and what we conclude legally as wrong. The international community are watching us. The worst of us can never lead the best of us. It is impossible. Kò ní ṣeé ṣe. Ọlọ́run ò ní fún yín ṣe. Obedient. Ara wájú ni wà ní dèrò ẹ̀yìn. You see, there's a saying in Yoruba that says, bẹ́bì tí bá ré, wájú ẹ̀ lọ́pá ẹ̀ máa ń ré sí. Bẹ́bì tí bá ré, wájú lọ́pá ẹ̀ máa ń ré sí. Ara wájú ò ní dèrò ẹ̀yìn. Àwa gangan lára obedient, a ní padà wá da tọrọ jẹ. Tẹ́ bá ṣàmì èmi á ṣàmì tèmi o. I will say my own amen to that. We'll never be backward, forward ever. And the difference between obedient and other hallelujah boys, you can call us the duck, and they are the chicken. And you know the difference between duck and chicken? The duck places its chicks or children right in front of it. The kids will be moving ahead, and the duck will be right behind of them. And nothing dares to touch or harm those kids. But you see, chicken, the children are always at the back, trying to be a leader. But guess what? Someone can easily grab the chicken or the chick from the back and eat. The chicken might not even know. It's a Yoruba adage that concluded that fact. Iwájú ni pẹ́pẹ́yẹ máa nǹkan mọ̀ sí. Gbogbo ìgbà tá ò bá ti ṣèbàjẹ́ aráyé, iwájú là ó máa wà lọ́jọ́kọ́jọ́. Ẹ̀yìn lọ́mọ adìyẹ ń tọ́yẹ o. Lẹ̀ ó máa bọ̀ lẹ́yìn wa o. God rest his soul. Sikiru Ayinde Barrister, a legend. We'll keep moving on. We'll keep going ahead. One thing is certain, the whole world knows that the Nigerian people did not vote for this guy. The whole world now knows the Nigerian people did not endorse him. He doesn't have the mandate of the people. And I can tell you that for a fact. I was at the NADECO yesterday, and it was quite interesting. And my eyes were open to some certain things I never even thought was possible. The program was actually meant to start 9:45. I got there early. I was around the place. I got there because of parking space. I needed to park around the vicinity because it's the building. There's no parking space around the building. They did that for security purpose. So I needed to look for the closest space to park my car, and I did. I got there and I realized nothing was set up. There was no podium. There was no speakers. There was no mics, and I was wondering what is going on. Before we went upstairs to realize that, I met all the people downstairs. They told us we couldn't go up until the time reaches. Okay. And when we got up, we figured out what is going on. We thought we were in the wrong floor. Right. Right next to where the conference was actually meant to be held. We there's this blue curtain. They made a blue curtain around the premises. It was the speakers were there, the mics were there, everything. As we were talking, our voices were echoing from the mics next to us. And so what had happened is they told us that someone booked that place. It was an emergency event that someone booked that place, and America, Ashe wouldn't want anything that has to do with money. They are up for it. So the payment was three times of what we paid for that place. It was a situation at which they made it an emergency that this had to be done, and they needed it badly. They needed it badly. So they had to pay three times the cost, and they were actually ready to refund the NADECO people. And when we got there, we realized what we actually paid for. Well, I'm not involved. What they actually paid for is on the side. The chairs, everything was there. And they now started. The manager came. I saw her yesterday. She's a she. She came down and she was like, "Oh yeah, she was informed about the whole thing. She's sorry about the late response that something came up, but nonetheless, she started calling up people, bring the cable, set up this place for them, do this, do that, and we were waiting for them to do all these things. Do you know why we were waiting to do all these things? Right next to us, not the it's there is no door, no demarcation. It was just the blue curtain right next to us. That they were actually meant to be having the event. Ladies and gentlemen, no one was there. No one turned up. No one was there. It was empty. And we couldn't even use it because what if the people that paid for it now come? What was going to happen? So they were just being, they were following protocols. But I was stunned. And I asked, is that even possible? It has 5 floors. The fifth floor at the top of the building is where the mayor stays. That's where the mayor has his own office. And they have a permanent hall space where the mayor can decide to just go out there and speak to the people. The conference there is always 247 ready. And they had to just set up something real quick. And that was how we had um, uh, the conference yesterday. I was there live. They read out the whole thing. We engaged ourselves. Yoruba man, Igbo, Hausa, Tiv, Bayelsa. A lot of people were there. And it wasn't an Igbo thing. I love the fact that the secretary kept emphasizing on the fact that this is not an Igbo. And the secretary is a Yoruba man. He had this ofi around his neck that says Omo Egba Yoruba or something like that. I will check through the picture again. My Igbo brothers were there with their red caps. And they saw me, they asked me, are you a journalist? I say, yes, I am. Not until they were about to start and they were wondering because I just kept quiet. I was just walking. I was acting like a detective, so they weren't sure what was going on. So eventually they engaged me and they're like, "Okay, are you here for the conference?" I said, "Yes, I am." So, what's your name? Where are you from? Okay, I'm a Yoruba man. I'm representing the obedient. And they were like, "Oh yeah, yes, we need this. We need this." And that was what happened yesterday. And they were shocked. They were happy when I showed them the amount of people listening to the space. Some of them were not really into Twitter. I showed them. As at the time we're having the space, we had about the thing was showing on my side about 3,000 people, and they were like, "Is this the amount of people listening?" I said, "Yeah, live and direct. These are the amount of people listening to you right now." And I made it available for people to ask questions. So whatever questions you had, just type it in the comment section, and I just threw those questions to them. There were lots of questions yesterday. I have a copy of what they read out. I have a copy with me. I took a picture of the copy and I made a tweet about it yesterday, and um, it was later on discovered um, from the secretary's reading yesterday. It was confirmed that Tinubu has two social security numbers, and they've done their research. They found out that one of them belongs to a female, and the other one belongs to someone that is still alive. And I keep saying it: social security number is always unique. Two people can never have one social security. Never. It is your identity, another form of your identity. But that happened. And they made it categorically clear. The conference was good. They answered all the questions and they said, when one of the questions asked them what they were going to do if the Supreme Court doesn't do the needful. And they said, no, they're not going to preempt the court. They're waiting for them to do otherwise. They are law abiding citizens. I love the way they handled the whole thing yesterday, even though they were not happy about what is going on, but they handled it well. They passed their message clear that look, you are the illegitimate person that took power. You did not win that election, and you have a lot of questions to answer. These are the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say to you, CSU is now under investigation. Southwest College, now Richard Daly, they are now under investigation. And yesterday, immediately after the conference, copy of the communique was actually well packaged, and they took an elevator back upstairs to meet the mayor, and they handed it over to the mayor. They handed it over to the mayor to look into it, and they said they will be going to speak to the state attorney in Chicago. Sorry, yeah, the office is in Chicago actually. Yeah, they're going there to submit that as well, and they're going to the FBI to submit the same thing. An initial investigation already started on CSU, but this time around, they, as an organization, NADECO, they are registered. They're now taking it personally to FBI to do their investigation regarding the social security numbers. FBI is doing their own intensive investigation based on how the school is running their racket. But this is different. They are focusing on renewing and letting people understand that look, we Nigerians, we are not criminals. We are not forgers. We are certain that this social security number doesn't belong to the so-called Bola Tinubu that are claiming to be the president of Nigeria. We are putting it out to you to do the needful and figure it out if this man is the owner of this social security number. And that was the whole point of what they did yesterday. So investigation is going. And there was a story spreading around yesterday. I believe they deliberately put out that story to discourage people and to dampen people's spirit that the judge has blocked FBI from releasing those documents. It's a lie. It is a lie. They haven't. When you see this tweet, don't just accept what you see. Go to the legitimate sources that we've been talking about. Did David tweet about it? Did Parallel Fact tweet about it? Did you see it from any obedient with huge numbers of followers? Did you see any of them? Because the followers comes with a lot of responsibility. They have to check, fact check before they tweet or to make any post. Let's pay attention to those things. Very, very important. Thanks to the NADECO people, they made their ground stand yesterday, and uh, I had to I had to go around um, with my stuff simply because yesterday there was a threat sent to the secretary, which he said before we went upstairs. There was a threat sent to him that they should not hold that conference, and there was another news I saw that stated that the Nadeco the APC USA are warning Nadeco not to embarrass Tinubu or some crazy, crazy stuff like that. But guess what? Nobody turned up. The APC, they just talk, 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 talk. Nobody turned up.
Jimmy, do they have Asari Dokubo in the
My
lobby?
brother, we did not see Dokubi at all. Dokubi no day. Dokubi no day. Talk less of Dokubo. We no see any. There was no sign of anyone there because when you are supporting madness, you have a different kinds of energy to push you into doing these things. You can only say all these things you say online, but can you risk your life standing for what is right? Can you risk your life standing on truth? No, you can't. No, you can't. But I'm willing to do that. I am willing to do that. Thank you guys once again. Welcome to Violence Space. It's going to be a beautiful one. We do this every Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Thank you for joining. The regulars are here. Auntie Bolanle, call me Lexi Gaboni Siwen. Dr. Effiong Tosin Omoye. I thought I saw Kibati a couple of minutes ago. I think she dropped. Sarah, I see you. Well made in Nigeria. Magnific dude. Kempela, I see you, sir. Real Ever Best, Auntie Madonna, Jobedient, Antonia, Omega X, Sweet Angel of Real Ever Best. I see you, my dear sister. Savik, Will E, Gregory, Anka Dede, Pelumi, Honorable Ada, Efrani Uche, Oluwawumi, I see you, Panach, God's Will, Dr. Royal, Patient Tegs, Admiral, God's Will, I see you. Uchi, I see you. Collins, Kelly, Maureen, Julius, Mr. Kolade, Ikechuku, Shilo, my brother, God bless you. Teke, I see you. Shino Aliu, I see you, my brother. Zari, the Captain Jamal. I see you, my brother. Field Marshal, God bless you, my lovely sister. Lady Liberty, Tommy, Nina, Lekon, All Eyes on Judiciary, or Robs, Peter is obviously better. I see every single one of you. God bless you all. The names are endless. I see every single one of you. Kandaki, it's been a while. Happiness, all the happiness here, about 4 or 5 of them. I see all of y'all. Incoming virus, Napunzel. I see every single one of you. Prisma, you go hold my neck if I don't call your name. Ochi, Odun Tuntun, God bless every single one of you. I can't keep going on. We have a lot of names. God bless you all. Thanks for coming to the Tuesday edition of Vawulence Space. God bless you. Mary White, my in-law. I see you too. God bless you. Back to you now, Saddam. Are you?
Thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Thank you very much. Thank you for that breakdown. As you were saying, I did not get much of the details, but at least you broke it down to it to understand. I did not even know that they even paid for the horse. After you guys paid, they had to pay 3 times.
Oh yeah, they did.
That's just
They paid.
it's
As
crazy.
I said,
It's just crazy.
America now. I say when you get the money, it's all about the money. They go, you get money to spend, bring it. So it's not as if they cancelled the Nadeco people. They created space for them. They could just tell you they are sorry, they are sorry. They are even ready to refund them. You know, I mean, they're ready to refund them, but those ones just say, you know what, let's just do what we want to do. But I mean, it's just for me to point out the fact that they will do anything to prevent or to reduce the amount of damages that will be befalling this man. But eventually, they cannot be everywhere at the same time. Thank you, Saddam.
Thank you very much, Reverend. I just wanted to add something. Earlier on today, I quoted my friend's tweet, my very old time friend, a Grammy Award winning producer, Chopsticks. For those of you that are into you should know Chopsticks. If you're a Nigerian into entertainment, you know Chopsticks. One of a top producer in Nigeria. He shared his experience coming back from UK via Heathrow Airport, and the way he was searched, like they search him like say whether na whether na him be the Pablo Escobar. He said in fact they searched him, and I think I've shared my story. I experienced the same thing last month. I felt like the ground opening to swallow me. These are the consequences of this criminal in Asoro. People don't understand. So you might not understand how it's going to hit you. Maybe you don't travel. Maybe you're just stuck to one place. The day you choose to leave that place as a Nigerian, you just go out. You will now understand why people are fighting, why people are screaming, why we are shouting this out, we are shouting, we're coming online to say, to denounce him first. Let the world know that we did not vote this man, we don't support him, we don't condone his behaviors, he does not represent majority of sane Nigerians. He represents that minute population whereby that I always call the children of the evil forest. People that were born from, were not conceived how normal people were conceived. Those ones that came out from sacrifice. Those ones are the people, and they are minute. So it's important we keep shaping this narrative. Probably these injustices in the Supreme Court will not toe the line of their fellow comrades at the appeal court. It's not well for Nigerians to come out and say. But let's keep the conversation rolling, guys. I just I just want to say thank you every single one of you. Let me start the space with Mommy Bolali. As usual, guys have been speaking. It's now time to bring in a lady right now into the conversation. Mommy Bolali, thank you, and also I know you do the honors of discussing what's going to happen in London. I see the work you guys are doing behind the scene, just to make sure that this conversation we're having here also goes out on the streets. Hopefully, you share all your experience as you speak to the topic. Also, please, guys, we are speaking on the LPs. Jimmy had a soundbite on the LPs, a response to them relinquishing that vehicle, and you heard the response. It was loud and clear that no, this car will be 160 million. We said go collect our own. It's part of the topic, but we don't have enough space to put it up there. But it's part of what we're discussing up here. Let's keep the conversation open. Mommy Bolali, you have the space. Good evening, ma. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Mr.
You know, Arsenal just scored. I hope you're happy.
Sorry?
I said Arsenal just scored. I hope you're happy.
Are they playing? I've been so immersed in this planning, I actually didn't check. And Kayla has not said anything. So, because she's the one who usually reminds me that we're playing. Anyway, that said, good evening, Jimmy. Good evening, everybody on the space. I hope you're all doing good, even from my side. Jimmy, do you know what? Coincidentally, that same Ngozi Okoli, eh, a day before, yes, was it day before yesterday or yesterday? Somebody reached out to me on via my DM wanting to speak to me. The person did a space because me, I was like, I don't know who this is. I'm not sharing my phone number. So the person did a space, and the person was reporting this same person, right? And what it was, they said the person did not have one kobo to add to the campaign, that the young people of her community, right, and somebody from diaspora and obedient were the ones who paid for this person's campaign, and did all the young men did all the running around. So all the things that she then promised their community, she now their calls go to call waiting. You see, and it is like so frustrating when you see people who rode on the crest of the obedient movement and Peter Obi, who now get there, right, and decide to do whatever they are doing. I am very focused on the fact that, you see, power doesn't change you. According to Obama, it reveals who you really are, right? And that is it, revealing who she is and every other one of them. I saw they were all quiet. Who know like better thing? You see this poverty mentality. It means that the actual conscience does not really. I mean, it's like there's certain things that you offer me that I will say, no, I can't do it though. And it might even be basic things because, for example, I feel there was a time when people were um bypassing some sort of system so that you can have all your satellite channels free. I told them, thank you, no thank you, let me be paying. Because there's certain things that people do. I don't know how they sleep at night, but this isn't about power changing them. It has revealed to us who they are. And yes, it was necessary for us to use the Labour Party structure in order to get people in office. The idea was that Peter Obi will need people in these positions to help him when he starts to lead us. But the thing is, they say that Attorney will not come back and do it. Basically, a man that deceives you to have sex with a woman, right, will not come back a second time to deceive you again. We know, and we will deal with it accordingly. Let us first deal with what we have right in front of us. And so I can move on quickly. I listened to the NADECO. I actually recorded it because I didn't initially see um Jimmy's space. I saw it much later. But I was recording it and I was listening to it. When they were reading it out, I was like, two social security numbers. I didn't notice that. But I am very glad that an investigation is going on. And if I know, as much as a lot of us are despondent and are feeling really low, but one thing that this election cycle is a cycle that keeps on giving, because we are learning about Nigeria that a lot of us were ignorant about all this while, right? I knew that people were corrupt. I always assumed politicians were corrupt, but at this level of corruption, I never knew, right? Whilst I kind of felt, the individual judges, justices who were corrupt. Yeah, I didn't know that a whole arm of government was corrupt, right? And I am glad that I know, because at least then I know what I am fighting against, right? And as much as it is very frustrating, and I can imagine, yeah, those who are in Nigeria, how frustrated they feel, because how do you fight against a system in which corruption is so entrenched? The idea is that you keep chipping away. You can't. You see, whilst I would like to have C4 and blow up the system, I don't. Right. So it is us, all this advocacy, speaking out, making good use of social media. That's what's going to get us there, right? What Tinubu got away with in 1999 is what we're dragging him internationally over in 2023. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that it would come to this, where the man, first it was irreparable damage, and now it's another damage in another, they phrase it differently, but it's the same thing, same difference. He's suffering, they should not release it. I mean, when did he ever think that the United States of America are gonna conceal his criminality? Or that guy now only a person, to be honest. Has he not seen Trump in court? They didn't say that man was the man was a former president. They don't send them. They no send them. 91 point indictment for him. So he now thinks that somebody who was involved in the heroin
And
trafficking.
and Bolanle, the one that sweet my belly pass. Now when the judge tell Trump say, "Oh, gbúdọ̀ gbìn mẹ̀yẹn tó o bá sọ̀rọ̀ poro gbé
I
ọ,"
swear
they
down.
they gave him gag on. Hey, Trump káwọ́ gbéra ló ń wò.
But let's think about it. Even when this is not a new thing for America. should be the Watergate thing scandal. That happened back then. Nixon, right? The guy quickly resigned, right? Fine, he then came back after, but they no send. They no send. When they are ready for you, they will catch up with you. And as far as I am concerned, Ochuan, Tinubu, Otikun, the scales are tilted, are not tilted in his favor. And therefore I made me laugh when I saw the filing. I said to myself, hey, again, he's telling them to conceal criminality. Okay, he's gonna try and delay it, but as far as they're concerned, the date for release remains the 30th, which is Monday. Monday no far. Monday no far. And here's the thing: when it comes to drugs, Hmm. America, no dey play like that, like that. And to be honest, the guy has no. He's as useless as they come. He has no legitimacy. So even if he was supposed to work in Nigeria or across West Africa, or indeed across Africa, that illegitimacy is haunting him, and it means nobody will listen to him. In fact, they will avoid him because all his sins are laid bare. It is a wonderful thing. It's just that we're all frustrated because we just want him out there really quickly, and it's coming. And as for the court injustices, I don't even know what to say about them. I'm not expecting anything. Do I believe in miracles? Jesus never stops doing miracles, so maybe. But to be honest, I'm being honest with myself, and the idea is, if you're not expecting shit, you won't feel shitty if it doesn't happen. That's my stance. That said, oh my god, the community in the UK are moving ahead quickly behind the scenes, to make sure that our protest happens. We have one tomorrow, which I'm looking forward to. All the banners have been sorted. They will hear us. Um, we have two more Friday and Saturday. We sorted out t-shirts, so that banners, all of that's happening. If you're in the UK and you want to be involved, because we're making sure that we're doing stuff in London and in Manchester, please DM me. But if you can't DM me, DM Lifer, please. Lady Liberty is there. Please DM her. And Big Mag, I know you don't tell me this, but let them DM you so you can pass them on to me. I know we are looking forward to having a massive rally on the 4th. We've got police clearance already, and so the plans are moving apace. I am so thrilled. Thanks to all of those who have just stepped in, because you know how we do our structureless thing. That's what we're doing. There's some kind of fluid structure, but everybody's doing what they need to do to make it happen, right? And so look out for the flyers, especially for the 4th, because it gives you more time to arrange childcare, because that's what I've been hearing, and we don't have childcare. I've told mine, I am bringing them. Yeah, I am bringing them with me. They are looking at me like I'm talking shit. I'm like, are you Nigerian or not? This thing will touch everyone. I even said to my son, I said, like, you are a global traveler. Everywhere you go, I said, that your name, it stands out. He was like, hey, but they'll see Mike. I said, they will also see your surname. I said, so it touches everyone. And on a more serious note, it does. Right? I've had a lot of people DM me about what's going on in Nigeria, from different locations. I'm so surprised that say what's going on in their area. So far, I've had people from like 6 or 7 states reach out to me. I mean, we're having that conversation behind the scenes. The idea is those in Nigeria need to take responsibility for it, and if we can support you, we will. But you need to make a move. I am speaking to some people, and perhaps by tomorrow I would be able to have some plan. At the moment, I don't. So those of you sitting in my DM that I have not answered, I will come and answer you. I just don't have the answers right now. That said, oh my God, thank you all for coming today. I'll probably come back and say something later on for those who join later on, but let me yield at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much for the work you guys are doing behind the scene. Thank you so much. It just goes to show how much this country means to a whole lot of us, and understanding that this stuff does not discriminate. It doesn't discriminate irrespective of where you are, what you're doing, or what you have achieved as a person. There are Nigerians. You see, the funny thing about Nigeria is that Nigeria just I we are so blessed that there is just a way that this country has to call you back. I don't know whether it's a spiritual stuff that even those that their ancestors left the country as slaves, there's somehow they always try to trace their lineage back. You see Nigerians in Brazil, Yoruba Nigerians. I don't know if you've seen, they practice the Ifa, they worship Ifa. There you see them practicing as in it is real. There's this calling that we have, that we are attached back home, that no matter how successful you are abroad, no matter how you have achieved, Nigeria is always calling you back. And that is why you see the tears and the anger from the diasporans, and why we truly, truly want things to change. It's not as if economically right now, whatever is happening is even favoring many of us. Let me say, give person $1,000 now for Nigeria. You're going to person over a million naira.
Saddam, pounds became 1,500 and something today. Naira, 1,500 naira to a pound. I mean, it's like we should be smiling, but not smiling. Because I know it just makes it that much harder for people who are doing businesses in Nigeria where they need Forex. How do they even square that? It's just unbelievable. So, this thing, like you always said that if Nigeria was happened to you, it's like a street bullet. Say Jimmy says it or you, I can't even remember which one of you. It can hit anybody at any time, right? And therefore when I saw your the person that you the producer talking about it, this hasn't even come up when I was telling people eh, about what happened when I got the previous job. They said I was lying. I'm like, all I did differently was say I lived in Nigeria. Oh, that was it. And I know how much more thorough, right, their checks were, very much more thorough. And when I was saying it, people thought I was making it up or I was trying to chase clout or what have you. No, that's my experience. And this is me. I don't even have a Nigerian. Whoa, I have a Nigerian passport, but it expired in 2005 or something like that. It's somewhere hidden in storage, But even say,
According to
I am no longer Nigerian.
Orlando Bekus,
Oh, I
you're no
was
longer
gonna
in
say
Nigeria now.
that.
Your
I
passport
am
has
no
expired.
longer a Nigerian. God forbid my British passport expires. I will then be stateless. I will be somebody who no get owner, no links, no roots. I mean, those people are a bunch of fucked with, to be honest. And I don't really want to know. There's no granddaughter. She won't make me pay for swearing. But I really get riled up by it. And people need to understand that the urgency that this requires a response from us, because if we let them now the man is still looking, but hey, what's gonna happen? He's not secure because he knows he does not have the people. We've worried. Oh, we back him. We kind of said, okay, fine, we'll see whether he turns out right, even though we knew he wouldn't be. But this man, we're not. And nobody else they call him chief. Even Peter B, where they follow protocol, where they respect rules and what have you, call him chief, you not call him president. For him to have done that, that is the level of illegitimacy that this man has around his neck, and he knows it. People think he's not, he's doing JJ. Allow him to feel like he's enshrined and nobody can remove him. You will see the shege times 1,000 that he will do to us, and it's not just for people in Nigeria, but for us Nigerians worldwide. Our reputation is already in the mud. If people tell you otherwise, it's a lie. It's a lie. Despite our exploits, right? Despite the excellence that you see among us in the diaspora, the levels of in business. I mean, like when I went to a dinner a while ago, the special guest was a Nigerian guy. He owns businesses. He owns equity business firm. The guy is rich, but on that day, all they were asking me was, I heard Nigerians have elected a drug Baron as president. Right. So if you think that, oh, I'm in the diaspora and it's not touching me, you're deceiving yourself. It is either that or the cognitive dissonance that is happening within yourself, in which you rather, stay in denial. When the reality hits you, right, at that crucial point in time, you will regret not acting when we are all trying to act. That is my own take on what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you very much. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. Let's take a guy right now. Please, guys, if you're up on the speaker section and you want to speak, please, your hands should be up. Let's know that you're ready to speak. If not, we have to drop you for other people. All right, let's go straight to Doctor. Sorry, call me Legs. I'm here for the longest. From Company Legs, I'll take a lady, and then we'll come to Doctor Effiong. Come Legs, you have the space. Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, good evening, my fellow violencers. Good
Sorry,
evening.
before you go on, just spare me a minute, please, guys. We are streaming this space on our Facebook channel. On social media, we have more listeners on Facebook. More Nigerians are engaged on Facebook. Please do us a favor. Just the link is up on the jumbotron. Just click the link. If you're on Facebook and you want to just click the link on Facebook and share the space, share the page. Let us grow that community on Facebook because we have more people that are being deceived on social media, on Facebook and on Twitter. Thank you. Go and call me later.
Okay. Yeah, good evening, my fellow violencers. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, thanks for everything you do, Emir Saddam. Uncle Jimmy, God will bless you. Thank you for the love you have for this country, despite the fact you are not here with us. Thank you, Mommy Bolanle. Thank you, everyone, diasporas. Everybody sending money home. Who cares more about Nigeria? God will bless you. You people will not know it better yesterday. Thank you for understanding us. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for being with us in this hardest time of our life. I can say if not for you guys behind us, honestly, I don't know where Nigeria will be right now. Yeah, let me come in like this. Saddam came in with fire, and from his submission, if you listen very well, he said, we have taken over social media from this political job. This is one of my greatest joy on this app. How we took it away from them. If you see this useless guy, what is his name? Deji, or what is his name? That was why he's crying till today. He hates Peter Obi so much that he couldn't even hide the shame that he said one of the money that Obi then contributed for Peter Obi should come and use it. He still managed to plug in Peter Obi to come and contribute for Mr. Ibe, just because this man said he's not going to give any dime. The movement is organic, obedient as always. Stand your ground. Stand your fucking ground. If you know what you stand for, nobody will push you away. Honestly, I say this several times. If I want to stay online since before this movement started, I won't be in this 4,000 follower I am. Uncle Mark will tell you guys. Bishop will tell you guys. We both started it. Go and check their follower, check mine. I'm not interested in online. I know what I want. That is what I'm standing for. With just my only small account, when I tweet, it's because I know the truth. And that was what Saddam is saying. Know what you are fucking standing for. It is the part of getting my voice that brought me here. We cannot give these people a single chance at all. There is no space for them to breathe. Not here. We cannot even allow them at all. At all. Send me anywhere in the grassroots, I will be there. I will be there. I know what I fought for. I know what I want. Peter Obi is easy to sell. I said it today. Peter Obi is easy to sell. No matter what these people try to do, no matter what they try to push, it is clear. We won this on a landslide. Obedient won, Labour Party won. We just ride on Labour Party just to bring in the best candidates. Peter Obi won. That is why we are here today. If Peter Obi had not won, they would have bring evidence. They don't have anything to show for their workings. Their own 1+1, they just bring nonsense answer. Tell them to prove it, they couldn't prove. The only thing they have is just the power. They have the judiciary, they have the police, they have the military. That is what they are using against us. And everybody are crying today. It is because of the effect of what happened. Election have consequence. I am just happy we didn't vote this man. This man didn't win this election. If he had won, we won't be here. We won't be fucking here. Obedience, stand your ground. Know what you want. Know why you are here. Especially we that we are in Nigeria. We hear today how much is pounds. We hear today how much is dollar. For how long will this continue? Go to the streets of Nigeria, see people crying, see people suffering. You voted, you don't vote, you sit on the fence. Everybody now have seen it. Everybody have seen it. Nigeria is on the verge of, it has already collapsed, not that at the verge. It's collapsing right now. We can see it. Nobody is living. Nobody. You can't even know what will happen next. Nobody know where your next meal is coming from. And these people are just enjoying their life like they don't care. Do they even care at all? Read the room, is there. See Uncle Jimmy dying for Nigerians over there. See what Mommy Bolane is doing. Everybody here, we just want a better country. That's what I want. I don't want a Nigeria that works for some of us. Some of. That's why I say some of, so that you think I'm there. Some of. I don't want. I want a Nigeria that works for all. All of us. All of us. So that the next generation too will enjoy. I thought they said iṣẹ́ lògùn ìṣẹ́, tá a bá ṣiṣẹ́ àní là. Nigerians are working and nothing to show forth for it. It is those that are working that are enjoying. No food for lazy man, not in Nigeria again. Those that are lazy are the one enjoying. They are the one taking advantage of it. If Nigerians doesn't work, God has blessed us enough that everything we have, we will enjoy to our fullest. But it is just working for a few minorities. Minorities. They are just enjoying it. While we are here, we are suffering for it, for what we don't know anything about. Just give us our country back. Is that too hard? When we are shouting, we are screaming, it is Peter Obi that we want. They thought we are mad. I don't fucking care what Supreme Court will do. There is a Yoruba there that says ẹdìyẹ tó jẹun tán tó sun sí ìsásùn is just trying to befit its own grave. Let them continue. They don't have any shame. They don't have any honor. There is no honor for them. Let them continue. I am just happy that Peter Obi did not win. Whenever I see that Ekere Madu is in UK enjoying what he has done, I am just happy because there are some places that there is still rules of law. A lady tweeted today that it collapsed, that she wasn't expecting she will be in an Anambra. That is a system that works. If that happened in Nigeria, that's the end. You will just hear Amu Olododo lọ ṣáájú ọjọ́ ìbí. A lot of people have died innocently. A lot of people have died innocently just because there is no working system. What is Amu Olododo lọ ṣáájú ọjọ́ ìbí? There will always be evil. But when there is a working system to protect you, that you know when you die this number at this second, there are people who will come out. The only rescue number you can call in Nigeria is Egbami or Motifeku, and people will just look from the window and close their window because they don't care. Nigerians, let's start our ground. We are going to get there, and it's just a matter of time. Yeah, it is a hard time going on in Nigeria. It is very, 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 very hard. Yeah, I can say it, but I won't allow anybody to come here and gaslight us. Please, diasporas, thank you for what you are doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is only God that can pay you back. I'm emotional saying this. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Wherever you see the strength, I don't know, but God will pay. Some of you don't even have family here again, but you just choose to keep fighting for whatever reason. I know God will surely reward every one of you. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. I'll just say this. I don't think anybody is doing any of this thing. We're just doing all this because we want the country to work. Because we are also, whether we like it or not, we are still attached to home. It's just unfortunate, but that's the truth. Nigeria is a high migrating country, not migrating because we are going there. It's actually we are running away from our homeland. It is crazy. Other people migrate and go and gain knowledge and come back. But Nigerians, we gain knowledge and we stay there and develop other economies. We can't come back because our country is a mess, and it's just unfortunate. But hopefully, the Supreme Court injustices. We see what is right and just do what nobody's even asking. I say, whatever we say, help. Don't even help us. Just do what is right. Are you guys going to entrench corruption? Are you guys going to say, okay, it's not legal to forge? Are you guys going to say it's not legal to be a criminal? Look at what Dele Mahmoud came out on his past couple of days. If there's anybody that can come out and say, I know Tinubu for a certain, it's Dele Mahmoud. He knows that man. You can see they have been together from the NADECO days. They know him. They know him. And this man, I think what the great oracle made a post also, and he was talking about how all these old guys that know this guy have always been saying, talking about telling him how much. Why didn't you go back to school? You're meant to have gone back to school like your mates. Obasanjo, after being a president, he went back to school. The latest one, Adeleke was accused of not having WAEC. He went back to school. If you, it's there's school has no age limit. Okay, all through your youthful age, you have a very dubious record. You had even in your old age that would have gone back to school, and with all your money, you even walk through the system. But for Tinubu, he has no respect for education. He doesn't believe in education. He believes that everything can be sorted and bought. And as he's exposing the system in Nigeria, he's exposing the corrupt system also in diaspora. Everything that man has touched is being exposed. Right now with Tinubu, we now know that every system in Nigeria is corrupt. Everything is corrupt, including the judiciary. Who would have argued 3 years ago that there's a university in America that is corrupt, that is criminalized, that you can go and pay? Who would have known all these things? But as Tinubu is, he's that light that is exposing all the darkness across the earth. We'll be here. All right, guys, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think I'm going to take Dr. Real. You've been here, but your hands are not up, so I'm going to skip you and come to Madam Liberty for Madam Liberty, or come to Dr. F. Young in that order. Please, if you're up here and you want to speak, please your hands should be up so that we can have an orderly room. Thank you very much. Dr. F. Young, you have the space. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Emir Saddam. Good evening, Vawulence and Obedience here present. Thank you for having me once again. Um, okay, let me just start with the LP National Assembly members. Well, what I will want to say for that is that we may not need to waste too much time on discussing them for now, because we'll definitely need to revisit their case by the time we finally, get our mandate retrieved. So we'll have to revisit their case and deliberate extensively, because as it stands now, it's guaranteed that they all will serve only one tenure. It's very guaranteed. So there's no gainsaying about that, because we've been having presidential and national assembly elections since the return to democracy in 1999. And I'm not sure, if my memory serves me right, I'm not sure at any point in time that Labour Party has ever had any representative at the National Assembly level. I'm not very sure. If anybody has that information, can volunteer for us. But with the emergence of Peter Obi and the Obedient movement, we were able to, send ample number of people to the National Assembly courtesy of this movement. And they cannot go into that house and now stand against everything that we stand for. That will not be accepted. So as soon as our mandate is retrieved, we will face them squarely, and we must demand accountability from every one of them. So that is just what I want to say. For that, for the Supreme Court injustices, well, they've already started showing their hand. You know, during the time of the PEP judgment, the tribunal hearing and sitting, when we had Sarah Ibrahim and the rest giving us updates from the court, in one of those hearings, Injustice Samani was asking if um, Bola Tinubu's sins could not be forgiven. That since this this Chris Nwosu that was representing PDP, since he's a Christian, so he should be able to forgive Tinubu for his offense. So from that moment, I knew that that man was not going to deliver justice. From that moment, my mind was just made up. So now, with what happened recently in this Supreme Court, where Iyan Okoro was now, you know, was now asking either of the two documents, certificate that were presented to him, that which of them, that they have two certificates that are conflicting. I mean, as a justice, why will you make such comments that there are two documents that are conflicting? So you don't, as a judge, you don't know which one is more authentic. A document that is presented under oath, which one is more authentic? Anybody can get document from anywhere. It doesn't make it authentic. But that one that is presented, that is produced under oath, remains the most authentic document. So I don't, as a medical doctor, I don't expect somebody to come and tell me in my own field what I'm supposed to do. I should have some level of competency in certain things. So as a judge, I expected him to know what is expected of him. But it's quite unfortunate that our judiciary has depreciated to the lowest level of corruption that anyone can ever think of. So from the proceeding, I already know that these guys are corrupt. The Justice Inya Okoro and the Emmanuel Agim, both of them have already shown their hands, and we must be mindful and watchful of their actions. For the NADECO issue, well, they have done their bit, and it is left for us to also do our bit. And I'm happy that many people from across the world, many Nigerians are also doing their bit. I think when we continue to, lend our voices, when we continue to do our bit, in time we will get the ripple effect, which will cascade into you know, a greater result. So we must continue to, like I always say, we must continue to maintain the course. We must continue to sustain the energy, because what these guys did not factor in was the obedient movement, and the obedient movement will continue to remain their greatest undoing, because we will continue to say, we will continue to maintain the course, we will continue to tell our own part of the story and let the world know that Nigerians did not vote for this man. And that is what I have to say in this space today. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very
I
much,
yield.
Dr. Effiong. Thank you very much. I think it is important to understand our role in holding these conversations. Thank you very much with that. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. Lady Liberty, good evening. You have the space, ma. Oh, Liberty fell off. All right, let's go to Gaboni. Gaboni, if you can hear me, you have the space. Good evening.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my brother. Yeah. First and foremost, I want to speak about the Supreme Court. Sometimes I tend to imagine the morality of our, should I say our parents, or our the oh no, let me not say our parents, the older generation, because you will tend to see the reason why corruption is thriving in Nigeria, why corruption and bad behavior keeps on, multiplying, because these people, this so-called older generation, they bettered our generation. You get the point. So when you see that old men in their 70s, 60s, 80s know the right thing, and because of money, what is money? Sometimes I ask myself, how much is even money self? How much is money for someone to look at a whole nation, a whole generation, 250 million people, and want to jeopardize their future and the future of the unborn children just because of paper, just because of money? It is saddening. It is frustrating, nauseating, and exasperating. Because you look at the whole situation. If these men, these injustices, don't do the right thing, this is going to affect not just we, it's going to affect generations to come. It's going to affect the next generation of Nigerians. This is so sad, and so it is. I can't even understand. I don't even know what to say about it. But still, they are still looking for ways to use technicalities. Forget about. I don't think there's even anything they should even look at. The image this man is giving to Nigeria. Don't they, like? Are they not even patriots? These Supreme Court judges, I didn't like. Don't they love this country? Sometimes I just imagine, are we truly Nigerians in this country? Like, are we Nigerians? When you saw someone say, man, God bless America, somebody proud to say I'm an American. Are we truly Nigerians? Like, do we even care for this country? Sometimes I imagine ourselves say, Abi, it's like we're not even Nigerians. So, like when they say they pack everybody, different country, come and make them together and make them bear the name Nigeria. Because if we are truly Nigerians, we will pick Nigerian first above any other person. We will pick Nigerian first above any other person. Boris Johnson was the Prime Minister of England of England when he had that COVID-19 issue. He was removed. Nobody sent the papa, because it is the country first, because the country is bigger than the presidency. The country is bigger than the presidency. It is the country first, because without a nation there is no president. But these men who are closer to their grave, we prefer to jeopardize the future of children, of generations to come, because of paper, money. I call it money, paper. It is a shame and a disgrace. If any of them is here, if they are here, I want to speak to any of you. You people are a disgrace. If any of you are thinking of jeopardizing this country's future just because of paper, you have enough. Most of them have. Sometimes I will ask myself, what do you people even need money for? So most of them have 500 million in their account, 200 million, 800, but they still want to collect more. What are you doing? What? It is a shame and an eyesore. It's an embarrassment. They should do what they like. They should, anything with their minds, they do. Anything they are. See, obedience, we've tried, we've shouted, we've done our best, we've protested, we've done everything we want to do. Anything they like, make them do. The repercussion. See, you cannot plant maize and you want to harvest. You cannot plant maize and you want to harvest yam. Now, what you plant, you will reap. Because what they are sowing now, when it starts coming, unfortunately, they would have been dead. They won't receive it. It is we that will be suffering it. But surely, what they are sowing now, the effect will come. What they are sowing now, the effect will come. They are just killing this country by the day. Look at the dollar. See, I like I said the last, I used to post shit. I used to post the dollar rate on my WhatsApp status every day. Imagine 4 days ago, 5 days ago, it was 1 1 2 and 1. Today is almost 1 1 5, and it is going on a free fall, and nobody's saying anything. Everybody just keep quiet, like say nothing that happen. Like I said in my last submission, there is fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be on the run. Almost just like say fire the bomb for your house, and you keep quiet. You know if you do anything, and they burn, they go. We they burn. I don't know how much to say about it again. We they burn. Nigeria is going down, and these men are saying that the economy is this man don't know what he's going to do, what he's doing. Look at how many appointments he has made, how many commission, how many ministers, and this minus, I believe they said the Supreme Court is a court of public policy. I did not see that this man is killing this country. Minus anything, I can't say no. This man is not going in the right direction. Let us follow the law and remove him. So they will prefer that this country die just because of they want money. That money will destroy them and their generation. I hear the mic. That's the only one. I don't want to talk about LPM National Assembly members. Now when time reach, they go see what they do for themselves. I hear the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. All right, let's go on with the conversation. Lady Liberty, you fell off. I don't know if you're good to speak right now. You have the space, man. Good evening. Liberty, are you there? Liberty go in, Liberty gone. Okay, let's go on to Toasting. You have the space. Good evening.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Go on, please.
Oh, thank you very much, Emir Saddam, and everyone on the space. Greetings to everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for all that you do. Truly, truly appreciate it. Jimmy, thank you very much for all that you do. We'll not stop praying for you once again. For you, okay, thank you so much for all of the things that you've been doing for this movement, and thank you very much. Well, I mean, mine is not going to be coming from the angle of these Labour Party members that are actually in the upper house and then the lower house. Now, since these guys are actually there, we've not had anything good they've done, so to say. I mean, probably in court, other than this 160 million naira SUV being given to them. Now, what are the recall process to be able to call these guys back? Because the reason why they are being elected into that house is to go and fight for the people. But they get there now and then they are swallowing themselves, shutting up their mouths, not even saying anything. We're not seeing any good thing coming from them. We don't even know if they even exist. And these are people that we stick our neck out for. People are canvassing for them, both home and abroad, whatever has to do with LP, bottom to from top to bottom. Now they get there and then they shut their mouth. What are the recall process? I know that, I mean, people are saying the next 4 years, next 4 years. Please, I'm not even thinking about the next 1 year. We have to deal with this and then deal with it, like Saddam said, to the logical conclusion before we can think about the next 4 years. So the recall process for them, number one, and then I've not been seeing Aburi lately even speak that much. Even though we are obedient movement, we don't even deal with them, but they need to constantly make statements and not just keep mute like as if nothing is happening. Something, I mean, they just have to be saying something about this shenanigan happening in the country, because whether you believe it or not, the country is just down the drain. It keeps going down. It keeps going down. And these guys are bent on spinning propagandas, lies upon lies, lies upon lies. I mean, see the one that they just revealed today about the judge, about the FBI case file. It's only been delayed, I mean, based on the first judgment, based on the first ruling. And they come out with their propagandas and then their lies saying that, oh, they blocked it. They will not stop. They are bent on not wanting to give up. Plus the Supreme Court, and I think their chairman is already saying that. I mean, I don't know. I'm just asking, just seeking for answers on what can be done for the Labour Party members of the House. And then for UC Maxwell, thank you very much for what you did at the Supreme Court. But another thing is obedience. Thank you very much for standing for UC Maxwell. Please let this brotherhood continue. Let this brotherhood continue. We are not going anywhere any soon. But for the obedience yesterday at the Supreme Court, maybe we don't know what may have happened to Maxwell. But thank you very much, obedient family, and for everyone that was there yesterday with standing with Maxwell. And Maxwell, thank you for everything that you keep doing. You're on ground, you're sticking your neck out, fighting for this movement. Thank you very much, my brother. From the bottom of my heart, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. And for all of the obedient on ground, thank you so much. Emia Saddam, Bolanle, thank you very much for all that you're doing. We truly appreciate you. I'll yield the mic here.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you too. Just everybody that is doing something, just keep doing something. I always say that. Just keep doing something, please. We never know what you're doing, how what you're doing can affect the movement or change the dynamics of what we're trying to gain from here. But please keep doing something. Thank you very much. Let's go on real quick with the conversation. Sewen, I have a clip I'm going to play much later. I think most of them have seen that clip. A Nigerian that said he is ready to go to hellfire. He has accepted his fate and said, I prefer to go to hellfire than continue to live in the way Nigeria is right now. And he's calling on the church to give him back all his money that has invested for a couple of years. Hopefully, if you have not seen that clip, chill. I'll be bringing up the clip in the next few, after the next few speakers. But let us go real quick. Seven, you have the screen.
Saddam,
Jimmy, you get that?
I got you. Now my
Okay.
next now how I want take now the next thing where I want take enter be that. But you beat me to it.
Hello, my name is Mazi Chukwujaso Onyema. Please, I want to make Dunamis International Gospel Center, Senior Pastor Paul Eneche. Please, I want to make an appeal to you and to Bible God. There is a lot of trouble in Nigeria now, hunger, and so many things that I don't want to mention. Please, the bank has failed me, the government has failed me, where that I invested my money has failed me. I was making a research in my library and I discovered that I have an investment in the kingdom of God. I'm no longer interested in that kingdom again. There is a Bible verse that you use to convince me to invest in heaven. In Matthew chapter 6, verse number 19, which says, lay not up for yourself treasure upon earth, where moth and rust doth corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. But lay up for yourself treasure in heaven, where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Because of this Bible verse that you taught us, it moves me to start laying treasure in heaven with the tight booklet that you gave to me. Look at the tight booklet here. We call it Kingdom Investment. I started investing. I have a lot of money there. I went through it. I saw that I made a lot of money in the kingdom of God now. Right now, I am no longer interested. I don't want to die in hunger before my time. Please, I'm no longer interested of the kingdom of God there. If you see me that day there, send me out. I am no longer interested. Please, can you refund me my money? I will be happy. I'm a full member. I joined your church in the year 2008. In 2011, I became a full member. I went for membership class. I was given a certificate of membership. I still furthermore for disciple and leadership. I got my certificate. At the end, I still furthermore for diploma, Dunamis School of Ministry. I got the certificate. So I have everything to let you know everything in my house. Look at it in 2013, manifesting His glory. My full name is there. So please, I want my money back. We are passing through hell right now, currently in Nigeria. I will have to pay my workers. I have to service my life and service my family and live life normal life. Please, do. I don't want to insult anybody. I don't want to make trouble with anybody. I just need all my tithes. Let's forget about the offering and the gifts that I give to churches, to not only in your center, in branches. I give to them altar and so many. I don't need that. What I need is what I have a proof of. These are my investments to heaven. I don't want that heaven again. At least I have made up my mind to go to hell. Please, I need my money. I'm no longer interested in heaven. Please, if you can listen to me, I will be my knees. I'm serious. I'm not joking. I need that investment now.
This man dey on ground, he dey beg, he need down. The brother need down. He say he doesn't want to go to heaven anymore. Eh? The equity on his investment don't increase now. Eh? Mortgage on an investment don't go up. He wants his investment back, yo. Dunamis Church, he carry the checkbook when don't take invest inside the kingdom of God. He show him. The guy get proof. He get proof. He say he no dey go heaven again, or he won't go fire. Say if they return that money, he knows he will survive. When death come, death come. On a lighter note, it sounds funny. The truth of the matter is, they've used religion to bamboozle people. I keep saying it. Wọ́n ti fẹ̀sìn, wọ́n ti fi gba orí ẹ̀, wọ́n ti fi gba pààrọ̀ lórí ẹlòmíì. Wọ́n ti gba wèrè mẹ́sìn. They've used it to deceive people. Ọlọ́run kọ́ ló gbé Tinubu débẹ̀. You heard another afa cursing Tinubu that, hey, he arranging children and every family member made them vote for him. Say now when don't reach there, they do anyhow. Then go curse him, they go do this. These guys are delusional. All of them. One believe they believe it's the prayers and fasting they did that took Tinubu there. It's not. It is the madness, the rigging, the ruthlessness he had, the attitude he had in killing people and doing everything to get away with it. That is what happened. That was how he got into power. He did not win any election because most of them are bragging that they know they will fast. If you not do well, that they fasted for him before and they will fast again to take him out of office. If Tinubu is kicked out of office today, it is not because of your prayer. It is because of what Nigerian people have been saying, that we did not give him our mandate and we've been making effort. We've been at NADECO, what happened yesterday, part of the effort. What David Udayi is doing with the FBI is the effort we are making. The calling out we're doing on Twitter every bloody day, that is the effort. That is what we amount together to take him out. Not the prayer. If you like, pray from morning till night. If you don't do the needful, nothing is going to happen. Absolutely nothing is going to happen. I keep telling people, olive oil is now expensive. You go to church with 5,000 naira, they collect all that money from you, and some of them, they walk back home. They don't have food to eat. They believe they are spending money on God. The money tell us no see church here. I want it's the pastor's money. It's gone already. It is time to wake up. If you're a Muslim, know your God. Pray to your God. How many times do you pray in a day? Get closer to your God. Communicate with your God. If you're a Christian, do the same thing. Do not go and stand under someone to anoint you. Did you hear what's the name of this pastor? This funny pastor was telling other pastors that anybody that comes out to shout a pray for Israel.
In Daboski.
Naboski. Pray for Israel. Pray for Israel. Israel don't low iron dome to defend themselves. And you know, holy boy, Jerusalem water. On fin bamboozle yin, emurasi. Keep doing it, and you see how it's going to end. I'm not saying you shouldn't pray. Pray, it's good. But don't hope on prayer on where you're meant to act. It is a problem in that country. Before I left Nigeria, I've been to offices, federal offices. They meant to start work at 9 a.m. But they go do praise and worship. They will do praise and worship when they are meant to be attending to people. And they will tell you if they don't finish praise and worship, they cannot do anything. They cannot attend to anybody. I'm still coming back to that. Prayer and reality. There is a statistics going on now. I'm sure most of you have seen it. The countries that pray more. List of countries that pray more. Let me read them out to you. Number 1, Afghanistan, they pray 96%. Number 2, Nigeria, 95%. Number 3, Algeria, 88%. Senegal, 88%. And guess what? Right next to it, countries that least depend on prayer. Number 1, China, 1%. Number 2, UK, 6%. Switzerland, 8%. Austria, 8%. Czech Republic, I guess, 9%. Germany, 9%. Look at the countries I just mentioned now. How are they doing economically? Let's go to the next one. Prayer versus terrorism. Number 1, most praying country, Afghanistan. Number 2, Nigeria. Number 3, Algeria. 4, Senegal. Let's now move to the next line that says most terrorized countries. Afghanistan, number 1. Nigeria is number 8, but it's after Afghanistan. Number 37, Algeria. 77, Senegal. And now una pray pass. Prayer versus corrupt ranking. Number 1, prayer. Afghanistan. Number 2, prayer. Nigeria. Number 3, prayer. Algeria. Now, the number 25th most corrupt country by ranking, Afghanistan. 25th by ranking, Nigeria. 59 by ranking, Algeria. The comparison is to let you know that prayer does not do shit if you don't put in policies that will stop all this madness. If your security is not tight, if your military are not doing what they're meant to be doing, when they're meant to be buying iron domes, when they're meant to be inventing weapons, they are spending billions on egusi that they will feed the soldiers. As long as you keep doing that, you will never move forward as a country. You will never go nowhere. Wake up! Wake the fuck up! It's not about prayer. If you don't do the do, nothing is gonna happen. Decision-making skills is paramount. Critical thinking is essential. Your policies has to be brutal and strict. A corrupt leader, everybody will fall in line. Every goddamn person will fall in line. That is the level at which we are in that country right now. Madness all over the place. They will pray from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, fucking Saturday. When do you get time to go to work? 9 to 5. When do you have the time to go to work? None. And you think the pastors, they want the country to be better? They will never want the country to be better. They will give you excuses. It is your mother-in-law that is that tied your destiny inside bottle. You need to pray so you can get a better job. You can get a good job. Pray from today till tomorrow. You never get a good job if the economy is not good. If there is no security, no job security, you ain't getting shit. Get your country together first. But this pastor, they will not allow it because the moment they do, no one will be coming to church. When they're meant to be working, people will want to go to church. Their tithe and offerings depends on that. Get that right. The countries that I mentioned, that people least pray, how is the economy doing? China, UK, how is the economy doing? Ask yourself. What is the point of the prayer we've been praying for over 60 fucking years and no result to show for it? Because you are Allah. Keep praying. You see how it ends. As I said, again, I'm not saying prayer is wrong. I'm a Christian myself. But I don't just pray. I pray and I take actions. I pray before I take actions. And I use my prayer to back up my actions in good faith. And it works for me. What works for you? You still believe in a miracle. Go enter Lion's Den and ask God of Daniel to protect you. Wo suya nye. Suya. Are you for now? Back to you, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Even the Bible says prayer without work is death. You know, it's a futile journey. And you were just saying, I just remembered when I was with my mom and we were watching. She has this program she used to watch. She just on the television and I saw them. She said that they're doing that. The man just finished 100 days fasting. 100 days fasting. I say 100 days in a year. Do you know how many days make a year? You do if you fast 100 days in a year. How the people want to take work? They were not having a program. Is it 14 days retreat every day, Monday to Monday. In the morning, people have you. You will see crowd. How can that country be productive? So when I was talking, I was making my submission and I was talking about the system that have been created by the elite class in Nigeria to keep Nigerians in these chains it's multifaceted. It has the religious wing, it has the traditional wing, it has the political wing. All that's why you see all the opinion shapers are meant to shape the opinions, are meant to keep Nigerians angry right now. Speaking. Nigerians, the people that are meant to be talking out now in the top of their voices are all quiet. Because when Nigeria works, this system will not benefit them anymore. So your traditional rulers are quiet, your pastors are quiet, your civil society members are quiet, NLC is quiet, everybody is quiet. That is why there's no righteous anger in the land of Nigeria right now. That's why people are suffering and asking themselves questions. That's why a woman can come out and say she sold her grandchild or nephew for 50,000 naira. If the ego in her community is not in the books or not is not subservient to the system right now, he should have been. There should be this holy anger that he must have put into his people to tell them, say, see why we are suffering. It's because the government policies are bad. But all these opinion shapers are all quiet, all in bed with the system, because in the long run, when the crumbs fall from the master's table, it first gets to them. And when it gets to them, they never bring it down to the grassroots. And that's why we're where we are today. But let's go with the conversation, guys. Thank you very much, Jimmy, for that religious angle to the conversation. Say when, my brother, you were meant to speak. You have the space now. Good evening.
Good evening, Emir Saddam. Good evening, Jimmy. Good evening, Mami Bolanle. Good evening, every single person right here in this space. Thankfully, you played the clip that was going to pique my interest at a particular point in time. So, wonderful submissions I've heard so far. For everyone who is doing their bit to ensure that the conversation keeps centered on the illegitimacy of this John Doe in Aso Rock. Please, God bless you. Keep the conversation going. They can twerk all they want, but the reality is sure. We can see everything with our eyes. So I'm going to couch my conversation as regarding everything that has been put here as a topic under the following subheadings. So in Nigeria, first of all, I found out that we actually have not built character. A lot of Nigerians they have movable characters. When I mean movable characters, they do things based on what the event of the day is calling for. So most of them have not actually determined who they are. They are not acting like people who know for sure who they are. So many people tend to dance around ideas of if it's going to work for me, I will do what I have to do. That's why we see a lot of madness in our system. The religiosity that we see is also based on the fact that a lot of people feel that it's a cover up. When I look like I speak in tongues, I do things that look like I'm good, every other thing will just fall in place. People will believe me. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of people who are tongue talking but are very devilish, very evil people. and they hide under the cover that says, yes, the church is it's like a hospital, so you come there to get cleansed. So they are coming there to get cleansed and go back and do the more wicked things in the world. Why are people not speaking? Is because they have found out that it's better to be selfish and enjoy the bounty that comes, or the crumbs that come from being selfish. That's why the Supreme Court and every other court has been doing the way they have been doing. If, for instance, these guys were not selfish, they would put the country first. I think I'm too idealistic. I grew up under I grew up under a parent who showed me how to live for others, how to ensure that other people had a better life just being around you, how to ensure that because you have gone to school, other people can go to school. I lived under someone who trained several people. So I have come to understand selflessness. However, many people want to live for themselves. If it's not better for them, if it's better for them, every other person can die. That's what we are saying. That's why adults are refusing to speak the truth. They are hoping that, yes, I have been poor for so many years. Probably if I just tell this lie for this person, he'll give me 1 billion and I'll be fine forever. That's the mentality a lot of people carry, and it's a stupid mentality. I see it walking around in Nigeria. There's an absence of trust in Nigeria. A lot of people talk about, I expect this, I expect that, but they are unwilling to do what their own part will be to ensure that this country moves forward. I might sound like I'm rambling, but the truth is, for a Nigeria that will work, we have to reevaluate ourselves and stop doing the things, putting the things we have been putting ahead of the cart. Instead of us to put the horse at the front, we're putting the cart in front of the horse. So now we cover our own hard work with religiosity. Instead of going to do the work, we want to pray and God should do the work for us. Instead of us to protect ourselves, we want to, God protect me, and just do what you have to do. And as long as it's your will, we do everything on it's your will. Just take your will, forgetting that God puts our he put that choice in us to ensure that we live a wholesome life. Many people are not living wholesomely because they feel God will handle everything, and that's not what God called us to do. Whenever I hear the debate about religion, I just know that a lot of people are carried away by religiosity. It's not the same as spirituality. People are just carried away by activities. I'm going to church 1,000 times. It has never won. I don't understand how people do that thing, because I used to work on Sundays. I used to practically work on Sundays, Sunday to Sunday. So I used to wonder how people used to do church like hours of church. It doesn't make any sense, because the truth of it is you have to work to make money to eat. And people complaining and saying, oh, they are taking my money. They did not put gun to your head, though. Nobody's going to force anybody to do what they don't have to do. So people should stop crying about these things. If you want to stop, stop. It's your own personal decision, and work with God. Don't let anybody hoodwink you. Do what God will tell you to do. Know God for yourself. Just as Jimmy has been crying and saying to everybody, know God for yourself. So that nobody will be telling you, give 1,000 so that God will bless you immediately. Nah, that's not how God works. God is not the Kalu God. And lastly, I would say, everybody is shouting about poverty. This poverty, it dey everywhere. This poverty has been entrenched into our system. That's why a lot of people, even politicians, is the poverty mentality that makes them still like idiots. They have been so poor, they feel that, now I'm in position to make money, make I make this money, else I might be poor again. That's why they steal with reckless abandon. Don't let poverty take over your mind. We've all suffered from a system that does not work. But if the system begins to work, we would all enjoy. Nigeria has more than enough to ensure that we all enjoy. Pass this message to everybody that you know so that they stay angry. We cannot keep these people in power. They are doing the most to ensure that they destroy whatever is left of this country. Please don't let them take this away from us. We have fought this hard. Let us wait and fulfill this to the last cause. And on this note, I'll say, God bless you all Nigerians. God bless you, Vawulencers. And I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother Steven. Thank you. All right, let's go real quick. Madam Grace, good evening. Longest time seeing you on the platform. You have the space. Welcome, man.
Good evening, my darling brother. How are you? How is everyone? Good evening, my family, the obedient family on this space. And good evening to you, even if you're not obedient and you're listening. I
Ma,
hope
please, you know why I called you your first name? Your name, the Jimmy. Please pronounce her name for me, please.
ọ̀nà
Onotomodu.
tó mọ́dùn rìn gbangba ló ṣe é yan. Am I right?
It, yes, you're correct, my darling brother. How are you?
Gbangba ló ṣe. I'm beautiful, my sister.
Let me just seize this opportunity to shout out to David Ondain. Thank you, my darling. God bless you for everything that you're doing. And I wish you a quick delivery. I know there shall be no sickness in your body. You just need to take some rest. Okay, it's been a while. I always listen to you guys. I just didn't have time to participate fully. Number one, my darling brothers and sisters, I've said this before. You know, these old orders, our parents, our grandparents, a majority of them, their hands are dirty. That is why it seems as if nobody is speaking up. Wọ́n ti jẹ dodo, wọn ò lè sòdodo. That is the reason why. I've said this before. If Nigeria must be redeemed, it's up to you guys. It's up to the youth of Nigeria. Go and check what is going on in Burkina Faso. The head of state in that country is a 35-year-old, the youngest head of state in the world at the moment. I know the Nigerian government scared our youth during the NSAS by killing them, by massacring our young children. And I know it's not that we're tired or we're scared. Even me myself, it's very difficult for me to encourage anybody to protest. These people, they are vampires. They've killed a lot of people. So killing is no big deal to them. Saddam mentioned something earlier on that it doesn't cost him not fed the president to go back to school and get a degree. They're pompous, they're too proud, they believe they can do anything and get away with it. I started a law degree at the age of 52. I finished at 55 with second class first division, second class upper. I have 3 children to look after, but I still did it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they're too pompous. They believe they're too big for all of this. If you remember during the campaign and they were asking Tinubu to come and debate, some stupid idiot that they're suffering. Oh, they are living in abject poverty. They were saying that how do you expect Tinubu to come and debate with other candidates as if Tinubu is God? I just
They even made it look like um it's a wrong thing to debate. That
can you just imagine that?
all the presidents that actually became president, they never debated. That was the mantra they were going about.
It's
That
so
was
it's so
that was the mantra.
unfortunate for our people. It's rather sad because a lot of people do not understand what governance is all about. It's so unfortunate, my dearest people. If you are listening to me and you are APC Jagabandits, you need to have your brain examined because majority of them, they lack critical thinking.
Auntie, they have a new name. Oh. It's not Jagabandits again. Oh. Voluntary slaves.
In fact, they voluntarily want to be a slave for the rest of their life. Unfortunately for us, we're all in this together. Because in Nigeria bad Dara, if Nigeria progresses, every single one of us will benefit. I said this during the campaign that forget about all this multiple atrocity hanging around this man's neck. The fact that APC destroyed Nigeria for 8 good years, they shouldn't have any reason to come back if we are good people. But unfortunately, they've destroyed every single one of us. Every single one of us have one thing or the other that we're you know is bothering us in our mind. Only few of us have that boldness to say no. No to certificate forger, no to drug addict, no to a lot of people have been majority of people that live abroad, many of them are fraudsters. They've been in this business for years. They call corruption connection. If you don't know somebody, you cannot work in some places in Nigeria. You need to know somebody before anything can pass. When all these things start, I grew up, enjoying free education. I can remember vividly. Up to pen, pencil, ruler, we were given free in the days of Babawolowo. We enjoyed free education. So when we're telling you that what is going on in Nigeria now is so wrong, and all of us, Yoruba, Igbo, every single one of us needs to come together. Don't give these people the opportunity to keep dividing us. Look at the bigger picture. Look at the school that was, publicly, shown on Twitter a few days ago in Edo State. This is not only happening in Edo State. It's happening everywhere. I saw another one this evening from Oyo State. It's happening everywhere. That is the bigger picture that you guys need to see. Don't say because you're benefiting from this government. What are you even benefiting? You on Twitter. What are you? Some of you are living in abject poverty. Abject poverty. Distinguished, I can't remember. Is it distinguished field marshal or something? Posted something some weeks ago that what majority of Nigerians are entitled to, they're free to have, is to suffer and die. And I agree totally with that, because you see some people, you see they everything about them, and when they speak that your balo they say, oh, I'll be like, are you kidding me right now? Do you even understand what governance is all about? You're talking about countries that don't do any religion or whatever, and they're developing. They will develop. You know why? Because they love each other. I've been opportune to live in multiple European countries, and I've been opportune to work in multiple sectors. I see how these people progresses. Every year, they know the amount of their children that is going to graduate. They know when you graduate, you need a job. They already make arrangements how to fix their children. When you get a job, you're going to be buying houses. They're building houses. They're making money available for their children to access, to be able to continue with life. Because when they continue to buy, economy continue to grow. That's the way to run a country. We already know that these people do not have any iota of idea how to run a country. But some stupid idiot that cannot think for themselves, even for yourself. If you truly, sincerely love yourself, you will not support APC last election. And for your information, people that you mentioned that some afar think they is because of their prayer. Everybody in Nigeria know that Tinubu did not win the election. Forget about all those propaganda. Everybody know that he did not win that election. Everybody. Even himself. We don't even need to negotiate that. We already know that side is done. Speaking about having values, do we have values as Nigerians? One of my brother mentioned something, movable character. Yes. We always go, if you ask somebody, they just touch this pen now, right? Not intentionally misplace the pen. They did not intentionally misplace it, but they just cannot find it, and we're looking for the pen. They will not say, I took the pen, maybe it's somewhere. Because nobody, one, because your betonu jeshu, all those words is now biting us. Every word. Those are terrible words. We need to unlearn and relearn some things as Nigerians. We need to stop abusing each other.
Let me explain that to people what you just said now, and it's been going on in within the Yorubas. They said so it means if one person life no spoil, another person life no go better. So it's a narrative they put in to justify that if something goes wrong for you, it's for the benefit of other persons.
Yeah,
so she is
that's
saying that we
why
need to
people saying this government
reteach
will
ourselves.
favor me.
Yeah, that's
why
indirectly. Yeah.
nobody is looking after everybody but themselves. That's why we are so selfish. We were not taught to share. We were not taught to fight for each other. That's why you will see a police officer that have his own children and will be beating another child simply because he's using a phone, or you stopped him and he was like, why do you stop me, sir? That is why you will see people carrying out a jungle justice on their fellow citizen. We have no values. We have no morals. We've lost everything thanks to this old order. They've destroyed everything. So we need, what I want to say to you tonight is, all of us, people on ground, people abroad, we need to group ourselves into some pressure group, well recognized, well known across the world, just like Black Lives Matters. We need to start doing something. Otherwise, we're just going to be talking and talking. We cannot go out. We cannot ask our children to go and protest. They will kill them. But when we have a solid association, groups, well registered, well known, we carry out different conferences talking about how we want Nigeria to be. All of these people don't know each other. They've been around longer than all of you. You can shout and scream tsunami, all of these judges. They know each other. We have to come out and group ourselves and find a way to rescue this nation. That is all I'm saying to you. We have to, my darlings, when the justice said, okay, we just have to forgive, they're talking among themselves. They're not even including us. They are talking among themselves. We need to start grouping ourselves. We need to start making moves. Only young people can rescue that country. I'm telling you the truth. Only young people. Everybody, to the extent that parents know. Parents, they're encouraging their children to become Yahoo boys. Back in the days, kí ni wọ́n fò lè ṣe láyé tí mo wá? Tọ́jú ìwà rẹ ọ̀rẹ́ mi. Iṣẹ́ ni oògùn ìṣẹ́. And it cut across every ethnic groups in Nigeria. We're good people. Nigerians are good people. The moment we find somebody, I was so hopeful with Peter Obi because that man have excellent character. I'm not saying he's a saint, but if we have somebody like Peter Obi as a president,
Peter
Nigeria
Obi is
will
a
have
saint,
a turn around.
Auntie me, Peter Obi is a saint. You bang about Saint Obi. He is a
I,
saint.
it's simply because we have to give Olodumare the ultimate respect. He is the one without any blemish.
All right, mommy, please, if you could wrap up in 30 seconds, please. Go on.
So, my darlings, well done for what you're doing, Emir Saddam. You're amazing. God will continue to strengthen you. You will not be tired. And every other person that is included, everybody that is pushing for good Nigeria in our lifetime, it will happen. We shouldn't be tired, and we will not be tired. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. God bless you all. And I love you so much, guys. Jimmy, Emir, N6, everybody. Thank you for listening. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you, man. I just had to sit down and just listen to you, as in you've just made a whole lot of point. Plus, it's been a while we had you on the platform. Good to have you back. Please always try and contribute wherever you can, because while we young people are doing what we are doing, we see the directions of you guys that are still up there that have seen things that we have not seen. So thank you very much, and do not forget, you're always welcome to the platform. Well, meaning Nigeria. Always coming late on Tuesdays. We know why behind the scenes. I hope you don't carry injury. I hope you're fit as a fiddle. I know how did that man say it during campaign? Your the bat. We are on the prayer mat for Mr. Bat, and that is that. Bat is needed, not the brat. We call on those baby sat. We give no room for shit chat. Oluremi's husband, the technocrat, the bat, the bat, the bat.
Where are those the baby shout? Baby shout. Hey, God.
We give no room for shit chat. But the bad. See people they do on Nigeria. See people wey follow they do politics. See people wey follow they do politics. Please see.
Modern day slavery. Oh, man, there's problem. Anyway, so welcome everybody. I've listened for most parts of the space. I listened to I've listened to almost everybody speak. So the first thing I first want to give a shout out to Omega X. For those of you that have not seen it, there's a video now attached to Breakfast from Chicago. So you just look around the timeline, check out Omega X's TL. You see that video for to add some visuals to, when you hear some songs, you may not feel it until you have some visuals and lyrics attached to it. So that's first. So for me, I'll talk about the first thing I want to just make reference to is the NADECO press conference of yesterday. I listened. I was part of those that were on the Zoom link. So I listened. In fact, I think at the beginning, for those that maybe, I know the Zoom link didn't really come out on time. So for those that listened, you probably hear from, at some point they were struggling to start. So that's when it was obvious that you would even, on the background, the voice of someone trying to say, oh, there's no mic, there's no this. Like, you could tell that there were a couple of moves to frustrate. So when Jimmy was giving the details of how it happened on ground, it made sense why we're hearing some of those background sound. But it was an extensive press briefing. They pointed out some very key parts of the Tinubu's, I don't know how to call it again, Tinubu's multi-personalities and all that. So there were two things, there were a couple of things I liked about the press conference, but the one I liked the most was the fact that they outrightly, Saddam, some of those things that we see on the space here about, Nigerians in diaspora, especially, of course, majority of Nigerians in the US are Democrats, or rather, they lean towards the Democrats, man. It's understandable. But I like the fact that if you listen, I think I uploaded because at some point when they newly started, I just remember that okay, these people probably will not have any video recording. I was like, okay, let me quickly do a screen recording from my phone and all that. So I uploaded the screen recording, which is more like just audio. It was a Zoom meeting, so there was no videos, but it was just the audio of the meeting. Towards the end, I liked when they brought in the fact that, and I'm saying it so because I also think it's something that Nigerians, especially in the US, can also passively also do or be part of. Because I feel like um, they would it would be more impactful for them if they get other Nigerians in the US to join them. So I'm not saying all of us now that are in the US should go and join NADECO officially, but I think if we can support them in what they are trying to do, because of course we can't take away the fact that NADECO is probably not as because for a long time they've not had the need to be this active, so they've probably lost some steam and they are trying to gather those things. So I think if I think that it's one of the areas where well-meaning Nigerians in the US can, support them, collaborate with them, not necessarily become their members if you don't want to. But for example, some of the things they wanted to do yesterday was to ensure that, and it's easier because I've always said this here that there are some things you want to do, you need an official arm to do it, right? And the good thing is that NADECO is a registered body in the US. So anything NADECO produce, as you as a Nigerian, a lot of time, even as how will I put it now, even as organized as the US is, it might not be powerful if you write a letter or a memo or what you think about to your mayor or anything. But I'm sure if you need if there's a way you could pass some of those NADECO's letters, and you can reach out to them and tell them to send you copies and all that. My point is that and I'm saying this because for people that know me now, I'm all about practical solutions. I'm not anything that is just practical is what I'm after. So for people in US, I think we can key into that, give them more power, more numbers behind whatever they already have, so that they too can also, almost like I'm saying, let's just donate obedience movement in the US to them, or meaning Nigeria, we donate it to NADECO to further strengthen whatever they have to be able to push, some of the things, sending letters to the FBI, sending letters to different authorities, and because they are a registered body to be, really, really recognized. And the other thing that they talked about is, like I was saying earlier, the Democrats, or rather, Nigerians in the US. I wish maybe I wish I could play that end part of that, press briefing, literally calling out their politicians in the US, their congressmen, and generally their politicians. And specific, I remember I specifically said that this time they are no longer going to be, that whenever they need their votes, they come. But now that they should also serve the interest of Nigerians in the US, that Nigerians are calling on them, to speak up, to lend their voices, to, push for, because they were more focused about the Chicago State University issue, the controversy. They wanted thorough investigation into what Chicago State University did, or and so they did a lot of speaking. So my point is that if the other, because I know not all of us here, in fact, I'm sure obedient members are not really part of NADECO to an extent, but I think if those of us in the US can support them, reach out to them, and ask how you can help. If you not, I don't know, but maybe not necessarily financially, but if they require, I'm sure if they get a good number of people, it can even be easier for them to say they want to stage maybe a protest to a particular place or the other and all that. So basically, let's just give them all that support. I think that's one thing I wanted to say. Then the next thing I want to also chip into was the video Jimmy played at the beginning, or the audio soundbite that Jimmy played at the beginning about the LP reps. I actually just laughed. I think I said this a couple of days back, and I think I didn't know it has already started manifesting. That a lot of the LP guys. So the truth is that, and this happens to everybody. Let's be very honest. The truth is that usually you are a reflect. It's why I don't understand when people say, "Oh, the leadership is a reflection of the people." I think the people are more like a reflection of the leadership most of the time. And so it for me it's contradicting. See, funny enough, the truth is a lot of these things that is happening now, if INEC had rightly declared Peter Obi the winner of the election, um, it would have been you can. It's almost obvious that you know some of these things that are happening now will not happen. So what is most likely going to happen is that so a lot of these LP guys that have not tasted power before, and like to emphasize what Jimmy said at the beginning, is what makes Peter Obi exceptional. Is why I find it difficult to classify Peter Obi as a politician because in Nigeria when you say politician, it kind of robes everybody. I won't get annoyed a lot of the time when Peter Obi talks and he says something like, uh, "Ask us." And like when he wants to talk about politicians and he says us, he includes himself because I don't really think Peter Obi is a typical Nigerian politician. I think he's in the political space. It's very weird. He's a geek. He's awkward. He's a nerd in the political space. So because for you to be in that position, see money, see power, see everything, and still come out the way Peter Obi is, that's not normal. So these other people that are there now, so they got into that place, and the only person that they have to really emulate is the criminal that INEC declared. And we are going to see a lot of it. That's why I'm saying it now. We are going to see a lot of it. All this one they are doing now, like I said, it's still preamble. A lot of things will change after the Supreme Court judgment in the political claims. And some of all these things that we are seeing now, we are calling it rascality, is going to break loose. So a lot of them now are just hiding on that debate. I didn't even know that some of them have even gone as far as started voicing it. So that's the second thing I want to say. Then lastly, which is really related to the Supreme Court injustices. So first of all, I really need to let me just first of all say this. I really hope that it's why I know it's very difficult. It's very difficult to do it mentally, like in your mind. If you cover me, I want to do it, but sometimes unconsciously, you tend to say, "Oh, let me just wait." But naturally, I don't want myself. I don't want to even build any timeline around the Supreme Court. I don't consider the Supreme Court judgment a milestone. I don't consider it like, oh, okay, when we achieve this, I will now know what to do after this or before this. I've said it so many times that for me, whatever Nigerians want to do, before the appeal court judgment, if I saw people gathering in a place, maybe I was walking past a place and I heard people discussing, and they were talking about, how, they want to storm Villa and drag Tinubu out and do whatever. Maybe I would have told them that, okay, no, you people should wait. Tomorrow is appeal court judgment. Let's just wait. After that, people can wait. But the truth is that now, if 2 hours before Supreme Court judgment, any Nigeria was to go wild and that revolution was to happen, which is another thing I want to say. At this point, what I'm thinking about is a revolt. It's not a protest. Anything that should happen now in Nigeria is an outright revolt. It's an outright revolution. It's not, and however it will happen, because it's not. It's why sometimes when I see people talk about it and it says like, oh, we are going to go on a peaceful. I was like, okay, no, I see the people put peaceful inside. Okay, but because the truth is that anything that will happen in Nigeria now has to be a revolt. It's why I just like, let's keep pushing, let's keep enlightening people until people get to that point, because we know the level of problem that has been going on. So the point is that the Supreme Court for me is not a milestone. I'm not seeing the Supreme Court as something that, I'm looking forward to before I will now know something, before I will now know what I want to do or what I don't want to do. For me, and I'm saying it because I really don't want. It's okay. I cannot, like I said, even me that wants to do it is still difficult. So I understand it's still, some people will still, have some degree of let's see, and all that, which is possible. The only possibility I've created is a space for a miracle. For what happened in court, on Tuesday or whatever, what it was now, can't remember, day before yesterday or thereabout. I think people are more focused on, okay, let me say it like this. For me, I think the most thrilling part of what happened in court yesterday that people didn't really notice or talk about much is how APM dropped their case. That was,
because what happened yesterday was not really. I mean, I think the most common one is the judge said, like the most common one that everybody talks about. He said he has two contradicting. Which one should he follow and all that? And I understand why that is a catchphrase for a lot of people. In fact, for me initially when I read that, I was like, oh, is it okay that you people are acknowledging the second one? Because I didn't expect them that they will acknowledge the second one. That they will acknowledge that they are seeing it at all. Say, not talk about before. I was like, you have acknowledging at all. Okay, no problem, no wala. But I don't understand why you are confused when you have something on that oath. But for me, the most critical thing that happened in that court that day was the description of how APM dropped their case. Man, that's scary. And I saw Seluka's tweet this evening, so he gave a clearer picture of how it even happened. You know, people didn't talk about it because, of course, APM, everybody was a small party and all that. Technically, from what was described yesterday, the justices literally bullied the APM's lawyer to drop their case. That's what happened yesterday. You know that thing when you're in somebody's front and someone, because of course I don't expect that. I don't know who APM's lawyer is. So I don't expect that they have maybe some of the typical San or Ipiazu or San Livy and all those big people. So I want to go imagine that maybe a lawyer that is probably just nearly San. I don't know if he's San. It's the one that APM just manage. You might just manage. I beg, just go to present me. Take small thing. He comes before this set of Supreme Court judges that looks at him in the eyes and say, my friend, what do you expect to gain from this case? And the man had no option than to just say, okay, sorry, sir. We withdraw the case. We are sorry. Literally withdraw the case. And what came to my mind was that, why was that even a question? Like, I understand that in law, they say, oh, you have to, but I mean, like I said just now, I think the minimum should be the justices should know that the APM person was a candidate in that election and ultimately is a Nigerian. So for me, what I interpreted that to mean is that the judges were saying, okay, even if the case you brought forth is judicially correct, like maybe what if, quote unquote, what APM brought in court was the only correct thing that could have disqualified Tinubu, we are going to, because you don't have anything to gain. So for me, it was just a very dark cloud. So you are saying, okay, because of the technicality of saying you don't have anything to gain. So even if APM are the ones that brought the evidence, the camera footage of Tinubu selling drugs, sniffing drugs, doing everything, because it's APM, you bully them to drop their case. When really, they are Nigerians. As in, the first thing that they have to gain is the fact that every Nigerian should care about, who is in power. Even if you didn't even contest that election. But unfortunately, the Electoral Act has already restricted it to say only people that contested in an election can, go to court. And luckily, the APM candidate contested in the election and boldly enough was able to go to court and even sustain it to the Supreme Court level. But I didn't expect they will be able to do that. Was bold enough to sustain it to the Supreme Court level. So technically, by the powers that the election gave, by the electoral gave, they're supposed to be able to do it, to go to court. And the Supreme Court justice did not have any business asking him what is going to gain from it. I mean, even if you are looking for a technical literal explanation, I can tell you that maybe if Tinubu had not contested in that election, all the vote that I got would have been my vote. So that's what I would have gained in that election. If Tinubu, but they asked that question, intimidated those guys, and they had to drop their case. I mean, I saw that and I was like, oh man, every time you think Nigeria has gotten to the low, we just see another new low. It's almost as if the low is not ending. At this point, we've gotten so low. We've passed oil, we've passed gas, we've passed all the aquifers of water. It's just as if we are heading literally, if we are not there yet, towards the abyss. So for me, yesterday, I was like, when I saw that, like, democracy is really dead. It's really just gone. At this point, whenever we are ready to collectively as a people, primarily not those who go on social media to revolt, we'll get there and we do. But like I often say, the earlier the better. For every second it delays, it becomes more difficult. So on that note, I'll just round up there and just say, let's keep. I don't know if I say let's keep praying for Nigeria. Or let's just keep hoping something happens and it happens very very soon. I checked the naira to dollar this afternoon between um 12 and 2 p.m. Between 12 and 2 p.m. specifically. I checked, it was not up to 12, 2 p.m. really, maybe between 12 and 1:30. I checked the euro to naira rate. I checked it the first time from an app I usually just check it in, and I saw 1,260 naira within the next one less than 2 hours. I just said, let me check again, let me see how this thing will increase. And I opened the app again right before my eyes. I wish I should shorted it the first time so that I can put the timestamp and put it up. Right before my eyes, in less than 2 hours, I saw 1,270 naira, 10 naira in less than 2 hours to a whole currency of a country. It's sickening. I need the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, let's go real quick. I think we're going to take a lady. My sister Kibati, welcome. You came up and you fell off. I don't know if you're good to speak right now, but if you are, you have the space. Good evening.
Salam, good evening. Good evening. How have you been? It's been a while. Yes, I was having some network issues. I really wanted to speak a while back. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Jimmy. Good evening, N6. Good evening, Nigerians. Well meaning Nigerians on the space. To be very honest, I've been quite reluctant to speak on spaces in recent times because I've been dealing with the reality of where we are as a country. Um, I'm not going to sugarcoat things. Oh boy. I don't know how many Nigerians who live in Nigeria on this space and how many people are in the diaspora. I heard Saddam. I heard your opening monologue earlier when you said, I think I don't know. It sounds like at least 50% of people on this space are in the diaspora, and but I know we have at least 200 people on this space who presently reside in Nigeria, and everyone can testify to the hell. I mean, I live in Nigeria. I've lived in Nigeria all my life. I'm one of those very coconut heads who has been very determined to stay back and fix the country to the best of my ability, my little ability. But the truth is, the road ahead is not going to be funny. You guys have been talking about the crash of the naira to the dollar, and I'm really worried about the future, the immediate future of Nigeria. Whatever hell we think we're going through right now, whatever hell Nigerians are going through right now is child's play. And that's the truth. It's child's play compared to what's coming. I don't want to sound, oh, well, I have no choice. I mean, reality is reality. Let's start there. We're in trouble. Nigeria is in trouble. I particularly feel for people who have families. Someone, I posted a tweet this evening and someone responded with the price of a carton of spaghetti. Yeah, and I was like, I went to the market to buy I wanted to cook, I think, was it okra soup a few days ago, and I think it cost me about 18,000. It didn't occur to me then. I was like, wait a minute, come on. Ah, see how much I spent to cook one small pot of okra soup. I mean, it was ridiculous. Guys, the road ahead is horrible. I can't think of any other way. I mean, and we have not even scratched the surface. I have a feeling that by December, before the new year, the majority of Nigerians will not be able to feed. I don't know. I've been scratching my head and try to figure out a silver lining somewhere, something, some positivity. Okay, maybe these guys in power will accidentally stumble into something, and somehow manage to get it right. The truth is there's zero hope. And what makes it even worse, before the election, we survived, we endured this APC administration for 8 years. And we all put our hopes and beliefs into the last election. And and we all knew. I mean, we've all knew that if we didn't get it right in this election cycle, Nigeria is doomed. I mean, that was not exaggerated, and of course, it's playing out before our very eyes now. We knew that this was coming, but seeing it happen, seeing it unfold is not funny. Every single Nigerian, every single Nigerian right now is 60% poorer than we were, I think, about 4 months ago. Every single Nigerian. I mean, the value of your currency is trash. That naira you think you have in your bank account is absolute trash. As absolute, in fact, almost no value. And just watch. I mean, it was like I was in a trance when I saw, okay, naira dipped. Okay, naira entered 1,000 naira. It was not just last week, guys. Please, if I'm wrong, please tell me. Was it not just about a week ago that naira entered 1K? Today it's 1.3. That means if we continue on this trajectory, in less than 2 weeks, $1 will sell for 2,000 naira. That's how fast we're heading towards destruction. And guess what? The minimum wage is still the same. Workers are still earning the same salaries. No company will increase your salary. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a media practitioner. I have sponsors. I have TV. I have
No,
shows
no,
where I
no,
have
no, no,
sponsors.
no, no, no. Keep batting. No, 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 no. He has changed
Jimmy,
the media. Sorry, the minimum wage. No, 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 no. You cannot tell me Tinubu is not working. He said something about minimum wage now. No, 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 no. He has increased the minimum wage. No, no, no. You can say everything about that man. I will not allow you to say this. No, 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 no.
Okay, Emma Binu, sir, Emma Binu, the valley, Emma Binu, I'm Mokule, sorry, Mokule. No vex, Tinubu is working. Guys, that means by Christmas, the dollar will probably be selling for 2,000 or 2,500. Do you know what that means? The official rate of the naira a few months ago was 400 and something naira. Can you comprehend a world in which the naira is selling for 2,500 to a dollar? Have you guys? I think we're all looking at it like it's a joke, like it's like actually like it's play. I don't think the reality has dawned on Nigerians what is going on or what is coming. You guys have not seen it yet. By the end of this year, the value of the naira you have in your account, your money, whatever you have, will be worth about 20% of what it was when you started this year. Your currency is trash. That means you're all going to by default, you're all going to descend into poverty. I was negotiating a deal, a renewal of a contract, one of my clients just recently, and I was screaming and arguing and I was fighting for an increase, going by the increase, the increase of the dollar naira to dollar rate. And when they looked at me and they almost laughed me out of the meeting, like, I bet get that. Nobody's increasing. Your revenue is not likely to go up. So you're going to be stagnant. You're going to be exactly where you are. But the value of the money in your account will be trash. Have you guys comprehended the level of inflation we are going to end this year with? I mean, I sent my household to the market a few weeks ago to buy turkey. Turkey was, I think, about 3,000 something to a kilo. Almost, she went back like less than a week later to buy the same turkey. They said it was like 4,800. In the same market, the price of turkey went up by 1,000 naira in the space of 1 week. Only God knows how much you guys are going to spend on chicken and meat and whatever by this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if Nigerians are, it feels like I'm living in.
Did you say chicken? Did you say chicken? You were not there when I was telling you that people are now turning vegetarian. Máa jẹ ìtàn ẹ̀fọ́
Jimmy.
nìkan. Wọ́n máa fi irú, wọ́n máa fi ẹ̀fọ́, ìtàn ẹ̀fọ́ báyìí wọ́n máa fi wá bọ́.
Jimmy. See, the good well me what thing I do I do now because I'm now a very, very, very avid Fit Farm member. I do Fit Farm, so I ration my food. I ration my food very carefully. But guys, all jokes apart, we're a soup. Nigerians, and we are on Twitter. Feels like we're still cruising. We are not yet, it has not yet hit us. Don't worry, to hit everybody. Anyway, having said that, there's no hope. There's going to be a lot of suffering, weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth. Just start telling your people. See, I think a lot of Nigerians are aware. I mean, if you're not aware of what's going on, I mean, I heard Saddam saying, "Oh, a lot of people are not aware." I think a lot of people are aware. They may not. I think a lot of people are aware. They may not fully understand what's going on. A lot of people may not understand what, the exchange rate and inflation and what it means. But people know that this country is on a decline, and we're just going to have to live with it. And guys, what makes it even worse is that I do not see any hope anywhere. Those of you that are relying on the Supreme Court, please, guys, John Torio long, have you not learned any lesson in the last 1 year? If you have learned anything at all in everything that's happened in the last couple, at least between the beginning of the year and now, and you are still hoping on the Supreme Court, you're a clown. I'm sorry, I don't know what you guys are. I don't know what you have seen or what you are hearing, but just brace your. I mean, I have taken since after that PEPT judgment, I have taken my hands off my mind off the Nigerian judiciary. Nothing will happen. They will throw every single case out based on technicalities, as it was at the PEPT. If you like, hope, give yourself heart attack, hypertension, false hope, and nothing will happen, guys. Nothing. You can see Saddam. You can bring any amount. Yeah, let us bet. When is the judgment day? Me and you, I will come back on this space and tell you I said so. Nothing will happen. So please, let's not deceive ourselves. Let's not give ourselves false hope. Nothing is happening at the Supreme Court. That thing, the deal is done. They are just going through the motions and deceiving Nigerians. I'm not going to fall for it again. No. So as things stand, where our salvation will come from, in the interim, I don't know. But all I'll say is this. At the beginning of the movement, of course, we are, what's the word we use for this, our movements? We don't really have a structure. We've been regaled with stories about how we don't have a structure and everything, which is true. And there's one thing I'd like for us to do. I heard what Jimmy said earlier about the Labour Party house members, not wanting to refuse to collect those expensive luxury cars. And I mean, when that story first broke about luxury cars, I was one of the first people to tweet that, no, those guys must reject it. But it's very obvious now that we have absolutely nothing. Apart from Alex Otti in Abia State, who is serving the people. I mean, look at our Labour Party reps. It's just ridiculous. We have nothing. We have no reps. We don't have as an obedience movement, we don't have a political party. Let's call a spade a spade. I remember when when Peter Obi joined Labour Party, and the Labour Party was, I remember thinking, oh my God, they did not really, members of the obedient movement, well-meaning Nigerians were not really brought into the party. It was still a gang of politicians doing their politician things. I mean, there's a whole lot of corruption there. We didn't have an avenue to vet those guys. It was just a bunch of unknown people who took forms, who managed to get the forms, jumped into, and they were running for office. And of course, we all just carried our heads there. We are vote, LP. Well, that's all nice and good. But you see, all that has passed. The truth of the matter is that these guys we're fighting against did not get here by accident. The difference between them and us, let me tell you the mistake we make. The difference between them and us is that these guys are more hardworking. They don't sleep. You see everything Tinubu is doing now? He's been building for the last 20 years. Tinubu built his structure for over 20 years before Buhari came into power. Do you see how many times it's tried and failed? People were killed. He built his structure of fanatics, and then he found, partners, in the criminal underworld, to help facilitate, The points I'm making is that these guys don't sleep. And I think we have a lot of work to do. It's very hard. It's going to be hard work, but I don't see any way out. We have two options, right? It's either we give up or we do the work. This our fantasy of a violent revolution, like some people going into Aso Rocks. I'm not going to even see, because I don't even know where that's going to come from. I mean, we keep hoping, there's going to be a revolution. They will maybe go and drag Tinubu out of Aso Rock. I'm sorry, sorry for sound skeptical, but for me, it's fantasy. I think we need to do a lot of work. And what's this work? Number one, we've been talking about this for a while, but it's never happened. And I think we need to start having that conversation. We need to create our own structure. These guys have a structure, of course, their structure of criminality. They have, there's a whole lot of well-meaning Nigerians, whether you're at home or in the diaspora, that mean well, that want to see Nigeria grow. The longer we fold our hands and do nothing and just complain and cry and nag, and the longer Nigeria will be like, in fact, Nigeria will continue to descend into the abyss. If we really want change, at some point we need to get serious and have a serious conversation about about coming up with our own structure. Like I said, we have nothing. We don't have a political party. Yes, we think, yeah, Labour Party. Honest, I'm not going to bank on the Labour Party at this point, right? We have even whatever vehicle we want to use, even if we're using the Labour, going by the Labour Party, right? We as a people need to come together. We need to start creating our structures. Now, it is these structures that we will use, when the opportunity arises. Well, if we're well organized, if we come up with a structure that can't be beaten, that's unbeatable, that's so solid. It has its rules, it has its systems, it has its constitution. It's not a one-man show. It cannot be hijacked. It is democratic.
Kibati, yeah, sorry. Can you round up in the next 1 minute? I was trying to.
Sure, I will. If we can put that structure together, and then do all the things we need to do. But if we have that structure, things like, grassroots sensitization, whipping people up, to participate, to get active, coming up with our own candidates, approaching the right candidates, adopting the right political party, the right candidates for certain positions, in the House and the Senate and all that, and then building from the ground or building our base. I know that's not what today's conversation is, but at some point we need to start talking about it. In the interim, I do not know what. Maybe somebody else can come up to speak and tell us about the way forward. What hope, what hopeful, what magic we expect to happen in the future that will prevent Nigerians from dying of starvation in very soon. If you, but well, anyway, whatever the case, my own is, please, at some point, if you guys are ready, we need to have that conversation about coming up with some type of structure. It's a lot of hard work ahead, and I hope we're not all talk. I hope at some point we get down to it and structure ourselves and gear up for the battle ahead. That's all I want to say. Thanks for the time, guys.
All
Thanks,
right.
Adam. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, well-meaning.
All right. Someone is sending me thumbs down. I don't know. You know yourself. You that is sending me thumbs down. You know yourself. So I'm not. Don't let me call your name. Okay, you don't stop. Anyway, I mean, all right. Thank you very much, Kibati. I think that's another way to go. But anyway, like you said, I think that's a conversation for other days. All right, quickly. I know a couple of person will probably, but I can. So I'll just go. I can see everybody on the speaker section. Those are the hands are up. So let me start from UC Maxwell, and I'll come to Jerry N. Jopo, I can see you. Media, I can see you. Come to you. UC Maxwell, go ahead. Meanwhile, NC's be like pastor wey don't sneak enter church as come stay floor. They look trainee pastors they preach say make I deal with these people they preach. NC, you're welcome. Feel free to pop in anytime you want to speak. UC Max, are you there? Okay, I think UC Max is not there. All right. Jerry Ann, are you there? Can you go ahead? After which you can go to Joe Paul.
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening, everybody. Yeah. Emir Saddam, everybody on the space, UC Max, Bolale, Ibrahim, well-meaning Nigerian, everyone in the speaker section, listeners, thank you very much for giving us your audience tonight. And it's good to be on the platform again tonight. I come in every now and again, once in a while. I'm not a regular, but sometimes, yeah, it's nice to touch base with everybody. Just a magnific dude that I greet my brother. So, Anka Dede, everybody, nice to see everyone. I just want to kind of summarize the process and kind of look at the strategy that these guys have deployed, um, the strategy that they've done, because you know I saw a video circulating about Malawi. This was I saw this was yesterday or the day before. I think some people have circulated the same video of electoral malpractice which happened in Malawi, and the people came out en masse. They protested, and then they were taking action. And what's happened here, what I think is happening, to be quite honest, is they have understood the people. They've understood the gullibility and docility of the Nigerian masses. They have mastered the people, and they have used this as a tool to be able to control the people's minds. And how do I mean by that? The election took place on 25th of Feb 2023. People were hot. We were all hot. I know everybody was acting. Everybody was out there. Support groups were working hard. Campaign, what's going on? Everything, rallies. The whole place was hot. We were building networks, everything, building relationships, contacts everywhere. Elections happened, and then they delay. This is one of the strategies. They will delay things. They're collecting results. These things should have been uploaded straight away from, on the same day when the election happened. It should have been uploaded because it should have been an automated process. Every polling unit should have submitted the results there and then. So latest by 26th, you get your results. They declare the results. But they kept uploading faces and different pictures on all those things and blurry images and all the rubbish and weakest results and all the rubbish. And 4 a.m. 28th of Feb, Yakubu announced the results. Yakubu announced Tinubu. Again, tensions were high. Everybody was a bit aroused, aggravated, angry. But what happened was Peter Obi came out then, and then he had the press conference. I remember the press conference. I can't remember the dates, but he had the press conference. And the press conference in which he said he has a case. He's going to Supreme Court. He's going to challenge the outcome of the results. And that being said, we took him by his word. We trusted him, as we do. We still trust him. And we said, okay, yep, let's go to the tribunal first. And then we waited for the prayers. And we then waited for the prayers. The prayers came out. And we were jumping. We were on our feet. We were celebrating. We were jubilant because the prayers were watertight in the same country. If you present those prayers anywhere with all the evidence, with all the reasoning behind it, you're talking 25%. This is constitutional matters. 25%. You're talking not qualified to run, and all the prayers which women in Nigeria has been singing this day and night. I'm sure he can sing it in his sleep. They were watertight. There was no way anyone could scale through this at all. Double nomination from Shetima, everything. It was completely watertight with all the evidence. And PO was attending the cases, provided all the evidence required, including the ones that INEC was preventing him from providing, which he eventually got access to. But again, this was the tactics. They were delaying. INEC didn't grant him access to the information he needed. So these tactics they continue to use to continue to delay. And when they delay, what happens is that the people who have been, because if you look at it, the build up to the elections, people started to build up contacts. On the day of elections, people came out in groups to vote. During rallies, people came out in groups. People met up with their friends and their brothers and family members. They went out to the rallies. They went out to campaigns, even during university time. And, students, So what I'm trying to say is this, right? After this, after this scenario, people then disperse, and the morale then starts to diminish. People are not as wound up and as ready for action as they were during the election time. Because if it happened straight after the election, people would have been ready to go in there, take action, take the matters into their own hands. So they've continued to delay. Now the PEPT was squashed on technicalities, and now they said go to Supreme Court, and we all know the answer to the Supreme Court. But now the morale is completely low. So what do we do from here? So this is the tactics. They have continued to delay, and they put people to the point where they have accepted the situation right now. Now, for people to start to build up that contact again, that sort of network that will allow them to gather together with one purpose, is going to be another ball game altogether. So I don't know. I don't know where that's going to come from, but I don't know. Let's keep things open. So on that note, let me end because I've heard the bell. Okay. So yeah, thank you for the audience. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jerry. And thank you very much. And you're actually right with that. Without chronological trail. That was like on point. All right, quickly. Let's go. Okay, Ibrahim, I saw you waving your hand just now. Joe Paul, I'm coming. I'll come out. I was going to come to you, but okay, Ibrahim, are you there? I guess we quickly wanted to say something because I saw you waving your hand.
No, I'm just listening. No problem.
All right, okay. Hold on, sir. All right, quickly, let's go straight to Joe Paul. After which, but feel free to come in anytime, okay, Ibrahim, when you want to speak. We'll go straight to Joe Paul. After which, we'll come to midday. Joe Paul.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Emir Saddam. Good evening, well-meaning Nigerian Jimmy. Yusuf Maswell, Madam Bolanle Ibrahim, and everyone that is present here. My name is Joe Paul. At least let me celebrate myself today, like the proverbic Iroko that fell from an proverbic Agamalisa that fell from a tree, and nobody applauded it, and they nodded its head and say I have done well for myself.
What happened? I think Joe Paul fell off. All right, okay. I think Joe Paul fell off. All right. So let's go. Let's go straight to midday. Midday. Then we'll come back to UC Maxwell if he's here now. If not, then we'll go to. If not, then we have to go to Henry. Midday, go ahead.
All right. I want to speak to the Supreme Court justices or injustices. First, we have to acknowledge that this set of people, they know about this man than David Undain, than Gani Fawemi, than whoever has been on his case and all that. They know who this guy is. So all these documents, they even know about this INEC thing. They know everything that happened. They are in the know, unless we want to start deceiving ourselves. They know this guy's history, all these papers that we bring to the courts and all that. They know the truth. Let's just put it shortly that way. Now, the other justice that was saying there are two conflicting letters from the school, and we were reacting and all that. I mean, that's not even the case, because the case is primarily one of forgery, not perjury. If it were perjury, then we'll be talking about he went to the school, he lied that he went to the school while he didn't, go to the school. But that's not even the bone of contention. The bone of contention here is he submitted a forged document. You could have gone to the school. You could have collected the certificate and all that. Put it, even if you have a cert, on your wall and all that. That doesn't justify you printing a forged certificate and submitting it to INEC. It's still forgery, no matter how you look at it. So that point is immaterial. But I just hope the defense team for both the PDP and the LP have done a good work in submitting their defense, and let's see how it goes. I'm not putting much faith in them. I think they're going to do the wrong thing. I'm 75% convinced they're going to do the wrong thing. The only glimmer of hope I think I can see there is it seems not all the justices are on the same page. And for them, it's important for them to get the 7/7, like the unanimous decision of jettisoning the cases against Tinubu and the APC. Now, just like they did with the PPT, they want all the 7 justices to be on the same page, because if just 1 or 2 of the justices are not in sync with the other justices, whatever report that justice or justices bring as to why they are not going, why they're against the ruling party, it's really going to maybe throw things like, could draw a lot of hate, on them, because those things will be the truth. like in a scenario where you have two justices, coming up with reasons why they feel this election was a sham, why they feel this person should be disqualified and all that. That is the truth. It doesn't matter if the other five ones bring, their shady justices. We, even whatever they've decided, the people would know. International community would know. Deep inside them, everyone would know. That was why I think the other former EFCC guy was at the court. Because I feel if they have sealed all the seven justices, he wouldn't need to be there. So he came there just to let them know, I have your files, I have your cases. If you watch The Godfather 2, at the point where Frank Pentangeli came to the court, when Michael Corleone brought his Frank's brother from Italy just to the courtroom to scare him, to let him know, we've got into your family. If you like talk, we'll know how to deal with you. It was the same thing, like bringing everybody to the courtroom. So they had to tell the justice, like, I got your files. Are you going to play ball or not? So I think it's still in the balance, but not balance in our favor. Balance. I mean, swinging to the side of evil, side of everything that is wrong with this country. Well, I'll just leave it at that. At that. Coming to NADECO and the death of democracy, I will just want to probably quickly take us back in time. During the 1993 struggle, the NADECO struggle, the Alliance for Democracy, the Center for Democracy struggle against Abacha, the one thing that kept the momentum going at the time was because there were bodies supporting the struggle. Fine, we didn't have Twitter spaces, but we could go to newspaper stands then, and from the newspaper stand, people could start, going to protest and all that, school unite and all that. You have the student union and you have NUPENG. There's one man, Frank Kokori. I don't know if you guys know Frank Kokori. That man, in my view, is the one that sacrificed for this country the most during June 12. He was NUPENG's chairman. Abacha offered Frank Kokori millions of dollars. He refused. He even went to jail for the June 12 cost. I mean, he could just have taken Abacha's money and, stayed on the side of the tyrant. But he didn't do that. He stood with NADECO, stood with June 12 agitators. He stood on the side of truth. Today, the silence now is so loud. People that you would imagine will come and speak, even if it is subliminally, they are so mute, like they are deaf. So I don't know if that's a strategy to pull those people out to speak, or that's a strategy to pull organizations or bodies or any kind of bodies, out to speak and be on our side. It could give this movement or this agitation or this side of the obedience and the good side of the, I wouldn't say obedience now, well, many Nigerians will see where this country is headed for. It will bring, those people on board. Okay, I think I'll just yield here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mide. I actually smiled when you said that, people go from the newspaper stand to the protest and start protesting. It's just crazy. Because when you said I try to imagine it now, I what just came to my mind is that what the newspapers are reporting now is like totally not related to what's happening. And so those are some of the things, those are the lessons learned that these evil guys took. Some of the lessons learned and made sure that this time they are taming everywhere. But I still believe that we have no choice but to get it right. That's just the thing. All right, you see Maxwell. I don't know if you can hear me now, or so I really don't know if. But if not, let's just quickly go to Mr. Cole. Oh, sorry, Mr. Coladi. Hold on. Let's quickly go to Henry. Henry, I know you'll be here for some time. Henry, please go ahead. Henry, are you there?
Hello. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you. Sorry. Hi, is everybody? Yeah, thank you very much. I want to first of all, today is my first time of speaking in Vawulence space. Muna ring bell for me, I beg. Thank you very much, guys. Oh, thank you, boss. Thank you, sir. Yeah. I want to thank all you guys. Emir Saddam, Bros. I don't know, man. God will bless you. I don't know how to say it. We have bastardized this. God will bless you. God will bless you. Even like but they talk say God will bless person. So I don't know. Jimmy, bro. Man, you are just one of a kind, my brother. I'm telling you, you are one of the most patriotic Nigerians I've seen. You know, yesterday you posted when we were at the NADECO conference space yesterday after you spoke, and I checked your timeline. I think it was your picture I saw there. I hugged that picture so much. I said, God, keep this guy for us. If everything finish, we will still call roll call. You guys have made us proud. You know what happened? Regarding the issues that we're talking about, the Supreme Court injustice, NADECO, the death of democracy. I want to give us a little bit of background. I've been around for a while. At least I've known something from the years of 1990 till now. And all through the time that we had my first election was June 12th, 1993. 1992. That was election was 1992. So that was my first election that I did. And Babangida did what he did in collaboration with some of the people that we call heroes today. They were the ones that pushed the man to cancel the election. We all know what is going on. So now talking about the issue of this Bola Ahmed Tinubu, when they were saying he's a NADECO member, I just keep laughing. This guy, I never met him once during the time of NADECO issues. I've never seen him once. At least all the protests we had, somebody just talked about Frank Kokori. These are the heroes, the people that laid down their life. Frank Kokori, Tai Solari. In fact, the day Tai Solari collapsed in Yaba, I was on that protest on that day on the protest ground. The day the man fell down and they rushed him to the hospital. Then from there he was proclaimed that he died. That was Tai Solari. Now, all these things they're talking about, Bola Tinubu has never. He could have been a financial member or a financial contributor to NADECO because at that time, NADECO people were looking for money to fight the military, and probably they could have been asking money from him, which they did. But there's one thing that happened that it is now I've started realizing all those things. When we're talking about this NADECO, when we're doing NADECO issues at that time, Chief Gani Fawemi refused to identify with NADECO people. Then he formed his own. They call them JACON, Joint Action Congress on Nigeria. I don't know if people heard about it. Because he knew that most of these people were not clean. All this, even Professor Soyinka, he did not trust any of them. Even most of these guys that we look up to now, that we're talking about as our heroes, are people that are supposed to be talking. They are not talking because their hands have been soiled. Tinubu has corrupted them right from time, and he has things against them. So they cannot speak against him. They cannot even fight against him right now. You could even hear when Atalito Dokubo was talking about Bola Tinubu sponsored him to Mecca, paid his rent when he was in prison, did this and that, helping get lawyers. All these people, they have already compromised. They have already been bought. So that is why we are having all the issues we are having. Now we are talking about, okay, calling people for protest. People cannot be called for protest because those that could have called for protest are already being bought over. They have already been bastardized. Or they have soiled their hands with the issues of bats. They cannot call for protest right now. The only people that can save Nigerians are Nigerians. And I want to say this now. For a while, during before I came to Canada in 2015, I was living in South Africa before. I lived in South Africa for 10 years, and I moved back to Nigeria in 2015. And that was the year we had the election, and I brought Buhari. And I thought to myself, like, this country is going down because I knew when Buhari came in 1983, what happened. I was in secondary school. Each time I was going back to school, I know the type of food stuff that my parents give me. I know the type of provisions that they give me, groceries that they give me when I go back to school. When I go to school, they call me food contractor because at that time, there's nothing, whenever I go back to school, I used to school in Jos. I don't go back home for holidays. I stay throughout, even in the holiday period, I stay in school because I brought all the food that I need. But when this man came in 1983, and we had the first economic crisis. The same way he, he messed up Nigeria economy when he came in 2015 was the same way he did in 1983. So now what I'm saying is this. Sorry, I see your answer. Um, I don't believe in Supreme Court. I'm not even expecting anything from them. And I know that God, in His infinite ways, something must give way to something. Me, I don't know what is going to happen. I'm not pushing anybody to go and protest. We have tried, we have called for it, we have made noises, we have asked people to go, but people are not, willing to go. And I respect their choices because it is what you choose that you live with. Now, when you make your choices, you must also live with the consequences. But I thank God that there are people like you guys who have brought back that patriotism that I had. When I came to this country, I told myself I don't have business with Nigeria until the day I came across you guys on the internet. And I said, wow. So I have people like this in this world that think about Nigeria like this, that are fighting for Nigeria. I know how much I spent for my siblings who are in Lagos to sponsor them to go back home to go and vote. Those that I begged, I told them to go and register. All these things that we did just to encourage ourselves to have a new nation. But the people that we are fighting for are the ones that are bringing us down. So to conclude my submission, I just want to say, let God do what is wonderful in our eyes. Let God do the best thing for us. But I know that the truth will always stand at the end of the day. Even if the lies fly
Yeah,
for years, it will always come down to the truth one day. And let's watch how everything
yeah.
goes. I want to thank you all so much. God bless you all. I appreciate you, God. God
Thank
bless you, sir.
you. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Henry. Please do try to come up often. Your submission was very, in fact, I enjoyed your submission. I mean, there's nothing like first-hand experience. I really the only thing I do that time as when I not write books well. I don't no. Tinubu now is parading himself as a founder NADECO, Lord and all NADECO, bringer of democracy, tamer of Ocean Atlantic. I mean, it's quite unfortunate, anyways. All right, quickly, let's. Okay, Joe Paul, I know you were speaking before you dropped. So Joe Paul, just round up your submission, then we'll go to Mr. Colade. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me try to be a bit snappy. I was celebrating myself because for a year plus that I've been a member of the Vawulence space. Today is the first day that I've been given the microphone here to speak. So I celebrate myself for that. Maybe because today is a very special day to my life, to some people that will say that we shouldn't celebrate that. My failed marriage was contracted on this day some years back. So I still remember this day as a day that I danced and I was happy and I smiled. So, but there's nothing that is going to take away the joy and the memorabilia that characterized that very day. The 22nd of October in my life, it still remains very cardinal. Well, why I requested the mic, I said, let me just make the attempt, if at all I will be brought in, is for two major reasons. Number one, my heart goes all out to our brother, David Odendane, for what he has been going through. I came here just to maybe offer one or two solutions or suggestions, okay? Number one, Ebmias Hadan, please. My brother Jimmy, can't we look for a way and get David out of the African continent? Is that not possible? And number two, can't we petition the International Criminal Court about the violation of his fundamental human right, even as he is in asylum? Is it not possible we do that so that there will be a kind of injunction over his life that Nigerian government should stop tormenting him? Now, number two, the major reason why I requested the mic is to appeal to us. The topic says that Supreme Court Justice / NADECO and dead of democracy. Yeah, I'm very happy that the Supreme Justice in Nigeria is dead. Very happy that democracy is dead. I am happy in line with the scripture in John Gospel chapter 12 verse 24 that said, unless a seed of grain fall to the ground, it remain only but a single grain. But if it does, it will die, rotten, and then it will spring forth and will become a tree that will bear forth fruits in hundred and in plenty. And that it says that even the birds of the air can knit their nets there, and the wild beasts and animal can feed from the fruits. So I am happy that Nigeria is dead, the justice system is dead, democracy is dead. It has been buried in 2023, and I'm very sure out of it is going to come a new Nigeria that is very, very possible. So for our elected members through the Labour Party and the bandwagon of the obedient movement, I want to look at it from this other angle, being an analyst, being somebody in this country who has seen a lot that is going on. I am a radio personality. If today NBC is pursuing us right, left, and center, the media is under siege, you cannot do what you need to do, you cannot say what you have to say on radio or on television and all of that, and they will just come upon with their sledgehammer on your radio station or your television station. So now, I want us to look at it this way. What we are going through in Nigeria, this has happened for 24 years. We have gotten to where we are now. And for me, the journey and the duty to redeem Nigeria is not a sprint, rather it is a marathon. And in that marathon, we can look at ourselves and see that we have succeeded to a very great extent by electing 34 House of Reps, 6 senators, 64 House of Assembly members, and a governor, sitting governor now, which we still hope to get more. Please, this is a warfare. And in warfare, we must be very conscious of the fact that you don't give up the territory you have already conquered, please. Well, meaning, I wish you would have allowed me to say, let me just yield back the mic. I wanted to say something and summarize it with something, but since you...
All right, go on and just round up in 1 minute.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is the fact that, please, let's give these people a chance, because the judiciary, Nigeria is a mafia state. It has moved to the abyss of a failed state, which is a mafia state. The judiciary is in the pocket of the executive, the legislators, every institution of government is in their pocket. Now, let me tell you what is happening. I have felt the pulse of what these guys are going through. If they shake their body now and show disloyalty or show indifference, they will use the court system to push all of them out. We have conquered this ground. We need to do everything to sustain it. Let us give them the benefit of the doubt and allow this window of election, petitions, and litigations to come and go. Then we can give these guys a proper evaluation and see if they will not begin to work. So let me just round up with this poem. I am a proud Nigerian. How I wish everything happening to me in this country is not based on ethnicity and religion. I would have been more proud. I am a proud Nigerian. But how I wish that those meant to mold the future do not mortgage it and begin to feed on students in institution of higher learning I would have been more proud. I am a proud Nigerian, but I would have been more proud in Nigerian if people do not align with situations based on what is going to accrue to them. I would have been more proud. Thank you very much, Emir Saddam. Thank you, well-meaning. Thank you,
Thank
Jimmy.
you.
Jimmy, I saw that your color, your color, and that your picture. Well done, bro. Well done, bro.
All right, all right. Thank you very much, Jopo. uh, that was quite. I mean, you brought a different perspective to the help. I like the concept of not aligning the grounds that you've conquered to go. But anyway, I think that's also a perspective to look at it from. Um, I'm not going to try to cast aspersion on it in any way. All right, thank you very much, Jopo. And it's strange that today is the first time I'm speaking of violence because I thought probably you have spoken so many times, or some other time, not so many. All right, anyway, quickly, we'll just go straight to Mr. Kola Day, after which I'll come to recap, then we'll take it from there.
My brother, I greet you. Mia Saddam, God bless you real good. Call me Lexi. God bless you, my brother. Oga Jimmy, I see you down there. Antipolanli, I see so many people down there. I greet every one of you. Okay, for me, Supreme Court injustices. Well, if I say I'm not surprised, I'll be lying. Sincerely, everything that's happened in the judiciary it really shocked me. I never knew that our justices are this corrupt. I never, I've never imagined it. I know, fine, we have corruption within the judiciary, but I never believe it is quote them go. These justices themselves that are the corrupt one, not in quote their errant boys or their clerks and their staff. So well, it's shocking for me, and that's the honest truth. But in all of this, are we saying that we can't even find one out of these seven, that we won't even see one, two, or three that can stand their ground? Is that what it's really going to mean? I'm going to fold my arms and watch. Like somebody rightly said earlier, if we get just one of them to like at least write a dissenting, is it dissenting or how do the lawyers call it, opinion, a different opinion from what the others saw, at least it will shed more light into the things we've been discussing. But I want to also just remind us tonight that the case before them is not just for Geo. We still have the issue of Abuja. We still have the issue the drug whatever, where that one where they say that one expire, you get it here. And then we still have all these things before them. What exactly do they want to say? Because with the way they're now painting as if everything is just about forgery about Chicago State. When we have two letters from Chicago State. Like somebody rightly said, letter is not about whether he went to school or not. It's about the certificate is submitted to INEC. That certificate is forged because CSU said they never issued him one. It's as simple as that. So they should not come and play on our intelligence anyway. We know exactly what they are going to do, but like people rightly said, these people know themselves. But enough should be enough. They've taken us for a ride for too long. And enough of this cabal thing. They just share Nigeria. If people know how bad things are, I have already collected my own share of it. I did a business in Nigeria. I lost millions. I was trying to move my money. Jimmy can testify. I had to probably begging people, like, please let me just change my money to this currency. So please, if you think things have not really gone bad, I just pity people there. I pity people. Right now, the funny thing is, it is these so-called politicians that are the ones buying, they are converting their money seriously. That's why we have so much pressure on the dollar. I know how many people that have asked me today, if you hear how much they say they want to change, you will be amazed. You're talking millions of dollars. All of them are now converting their naira to US currency, and you say there won't be pressure on the naira. And you that you are doing like Badu up and down, that cannot even afford 3 square meal, you think you're feeling fine that Tinubu is there. I pity all of you. Well, for me, I will just at least it's an action movie. We're about to see the end of the movie. Yeah, next week is just around the corner. Let's see what happens. But when Nigerians are ready, we'll take back our country when we are ready. That is all I know. Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Kolade. I actually just said something that was is very quick. I think I wanted to say this yesterday, but I was quite busy during all the spaces. I think even those are like a lot of people, or most of us generally, consciously and unconsciously, mostly unconsciously, to be honest, have even built the case around. It's why I've said it so many times on this space that forgery. I mean, I think whatever the court needs to rule this case, they have more than enough from the petition. So I think we've even created this subconscious idea that forgery is the key. That so somehow, even if you tell the body language of the court yesterday, you discover that it looks as if they are now almost trying to. We've created a picture as if we've agreed that those other cases is fine. Whatever the appeal court said about those other cases is fine. But this forgery now is the only thing we are looking for, which is totally like not true. There are still many other cases if they actually were going to do anything correct. So I think it's almost like a what they call it now, whether unconscious bias or whatever. I don't know if it's a bias, but it's some kind of unconscious thing that we've done and just made it the whole thing around 4G. Some people may not know the judge that gave the Oyetola Supreme Court judgment, that wrote the judgment that said that the IRF is a part and parcel of the election, is in that panel. So it's what I have said. He's the one I'm waiting to hear. I'm only waiting to hear what we see. As about, I want to see whether we revert on all he has said before in the Oyetola judge. Me, I'm just, this is very funny to see as in from one point of view. So that's what you said is actually spot on. There are so many other cases that are still there that whatever the Supreme Court does it becomes a policy, it becomes law. Let's just see how that goes. All right, Rita, let's go over to you. After which we'll come to Justice, then Champ.
All right, Lemini, thank you very much. Greetings, Emir Sudan, Jamie, Cecil, Mambolane, everybody on the space. You listening here on Space, on YouTube, on Facebook, on our radio station. God bless all of us. Thank you again for this great opportunity. Okay, first I want to say that I wish David Udehi a quick recovery, and I pray that whatever that is holding him right now, that is making him sick, God should heal him sharp, sharp, sharp. Because like seriously, I'm missing him on this space, on this street already. So I can't wait to have him back stronger than he left. Thank you very much, everyone. So on LP lawmakers, for those of us who followed from beginning, you'll agree with me that these guys are opportunists. They are perfect example of the word opportunist. Who's an opportunist? An opportunist is a person that sees an advantage and grabs it and run with it. These are the kind of people we have as lawmakers right now. A lot of them then they just took the ticket so that it will look as if, it's only PO that is running and everything. We rallied around them, we voted for them, even though we don't know them. But the name LP and PO is, as in PO is there. We voted and they found themselves where they are right now. So a lot of them thought it was a joke. Now it's reality. In my place, we have an adage that says, Iredeshi Birohoho Orobinuna Oiwokesieno. It means if trees falls on each other, you start by removing the ones on top and gradually you will get to the ones down. So right now, the focus is on getting back our mandate. And when we get that, every other thing will be looked into and by God's grace, things will be put in place. On the injustices of the Supreme Court justices or injustices, I just want that while the justices are trying to find their way through whether a copy and paste letter is more superior than a deposition under oath, they should please remember that over 300 billion naira was spent on that election. And the reason why that money was spent on that election is for us to get transparency, is for us to move away from the old ways. That was why that amount was spent. And up till date, INEC has still not told us what happened to the IRF. The glitches they claimed happened, they haven't told us. So it is the duty of the Supreme Court, being the apex court of the land, to make INEC tell us what really happened. At least somebody should be cautioned. Somebody should be punished for whatever happened on that day. So as citizens, we need to know. These were taxpayers' money that were used to do that election. So we have the right to know what really happened. As for NADECO, I really want to say a big thank you to NADECO. A lot of things have been said, but the point I really want to bring out again is that part where one Yoruba man there, was it Jimmy or someone told him that they are saying it's an Igbo people that are claiming to be Nadeko. The man stated that I am an Yoruba man. He called his name and started calling the names of so many other Yorubas that were present there at that conference yesterday. I want to thank Jimmy for streaming that live for Nigerians to listen to. I want to thank you, C. Maxwell, for what you did at the Supreme Court. I want to thank Real Everbell because I was following live and I was seeing everything. As soon as in police were, we started tweeting like what's going on, and immediately the man had to come back to tell us that UC Maxwell is fine. I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all of you here. For you that is doing one thing or the other right now, history will be fair to you. And by the grace of God, at the end of the day, we will live to testify how we fought and overcome. Because seriously, we are winning this. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I know a brand new Nigeria is possible and it's going to happen anytime soon. I don't know how, but it's coming. Thank you, everyone, for the great opportunity.
All
I want
right.
to invite us for our prayer space. Please come to our prayer space 1:30 p.m. Sunday. Thank you so much. I
All right.
yield.
Thank you
God
very
bless.
much, Rita.
Appreciate it.
All right. Uh, quickly, let's go straight to justice. After which we'll go to temp.
Thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian, Emir Saddam, and distinguished obedience on the space. Jimmy, thank you once again for streaming the NADECO conference. It was awesome. I like the fact that you used the word representing the obedience movement worldwide. That gave me a lot of joy. So God bless you, my brother. Continue to protect yourself and be careful of your environment because we are dealing with gangs of drug barons and criminals all over. But let me also state that, like I have always stated, I will no longer come here and lament. I think it is high time that the two leaders of the opposition parties, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Gregory Obi, it is high time they come together now and lead a protest and start with from the front. That is the only way that we can put pressure on the Supreme Court to do the right thing. I think it is also good we just probably buy time till October 30, right? When the FBI will drop these damning criminal files on these guys, right? And then, of course, we will now have every opportunity, we will now have every reason to rise as a country. Between PDP and Labour Party, the two leading presidential candidates, and tell the Supreme Court to rise and do the needful. Because if we do not do that, I don't know what else that Nigerians should be doing. It is very clear that file will drop. It is very, very clear it's going to drop. So that is all I've come here to say. There is no need anymore, coming to spaces and, giving our opinions and dropping vituperations and anger and all of that, lamentations up and down. And at the end of the day, nothing happens. Yes, there is pressure on the Supreme Court. We're already having intelligence that INEC, and of course the INEC chairman was allegedly given $100 million. And everybody is wondering why our dollar and naira is on a free fall. Dollar is up on the rise. Naira is on a free fall. These people have shared our common resource amongst themselves and amongst criminals. So it is no longer a time for us to come here and say, you're playing with drug barons. You're playing with high-class, high-powered criminals that have FBI files. So you're not supposed to be playing with them with kid gloves. It is very important for Peter Gregory Obi and Atiku Abubakar to stage protests, just like the PDP have been doing with, time and again giving us international conferences, world press conferences. This time around, the two of them must call for Nigerians to rise by the time FBI releases this file, because I know it's going to come. That is the only way we pile the last pressure that will make the Supreme Court rise and do the right thing. Otherwise, let's forget it. Nigeria is gone. Our economy is gone. People will now start, criminality will increase. It's already happening. Bank robberies, killings, everything. Is this the country that we bequeath our children? These people do not hear peace. So let us now probably force the Supreme Court to do the right thing by rising up to telling these people to do the right thing through peaceful protests. I know there are criminals on this space now listening, and they will go and change the narrative. We're talking about the leading opposition parties and their presidential candidates to lead from the front. That is the only way now. It's no longer about tweeting. It's no longer about giving your opinions. We have to set the record straight by the time these FBI files drop. That is all I have come here to say. Thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian. Thank you very much, Emir Saddam, for all you people have been doing. The criminal drug baron and certificate forger will have no need staying in Aso Rock when these FBI files drop, because it will be damning. It will be the last straw that we have somebody who has criminal files. Probably the first Nigerian head of state to have criminal files with a foreign agency heading our country. I have never seen it happen. I have never seen it happen. Even in Africa, I've not heard. So please, that is the area we should be going now. And then again, you also know that the Supreme Court needs to give us interpretations of what the IRF means. What is 25% in Abuja, which the Constitution states clearly? How could they have given such a judgment in Osun State and other places, and then they are not able to do it at the level of the presidential election? You see that the former INEC chairman is already on Arise TV giving us insinuations that the elections were compromised by the way the IRF was manipulated, that INEC staff need to be investigated. I mean, how else are we supposed to have this now? Even when the former INEC chairman, who knows the nitty-gritties of elections and how it goes, comes on air to tell us this type of thing. I mean, we need to really, sit up. So I'm calling on the two leading presidential candidates, Peter Gregory Obi and Atiku Abubakar, once it is confirmed that FBI have released these damning files on the leader of Nigeria right now, they should rise up and do the needful. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Ejikeme. I mean, I heard and totally understand your submission. But I really need to, because normally I think in my normal, this I would have just allow it slide. So first of all, I know some of us have made that call some time back. So first of all, if Peter Obi and Atiku are on the street right now and anybody asks, why are you protesting? What would they say? Oh, it's because we suspect the court that we went to may not do the right thing. I know where your point is coming from, but truth be told, I think that time has passed. I mean, I think I'll better understand, like someone said yesterday, I think I had to even memorize that person's name. It was on the space Jimmy had. I think that person's name was Kevin Odias. He said yesterday on that space that, I mean, if it's, if you are saying, which I think makes more sense, if the Labour Party, maybe some chieftains, the PDP chieftains, under the auspices of opposition, because there are a lot happening in Nigeria right now. That is what, what's happening right now is not up to what happened in 2012, that Tinubu almost turned Nigeria upside down. Sponsored the turning of Nigeria upside down, literally. So if that's what we're saying, it's fine. But I mean, to be honest, calling on Peter Obi as of today to come out, I mean, realistically, it won't work. So I mean, it's already in court. That's the point. I mean, it's a good idea, but it's in court already. So when the press ask him, so sir, why are you out? Like, I mean, you are in court. Is he going to say no? From the look of things, the court looks as if they are not going to. He can't say that. So, but it's crazy. All right, Mr. Temp, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. It will be an equivalent task to start mentioning names, but I just want to call a few names. MS Adam, good evening. Well-meaning Jimmy. Jimmy, your courage gives some of us balls to continue this fight, and I would want to give candor. I want to also call on M6. I can't see him here, but I'd really, he's one of the persons that draw me to this space when I listen to his analogy. And it begs me to reason this. There's a difference between somebody that, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as a nation on the premise of somebody graduating from a particular school. It lies on the premise of submitting a forged certificate or document to the electoral body under oath. And I know, and I don't believe that the lawyers of Tari and Atiku Abubakar would have gone to say disqualify Tinubu because he graduated from CSU. I believe that the prayer is disqualifying him on the on the aspect of forgery. So when the other day said we have two documents, it reads one a letter by the
Temp, you are breaking like constantly. I don't know if
can you hear me now?
But yeah, just try again, lesson.
Okay. The two documents reads one, this guy graduated from our school. The second document reads two, that the document Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the certified certificate forger, identity thief. The document he submitted to INEC did not originate from us. And if he claimed that that document originated from them, why would a school registrar under oath say that this document is not theirs? Is that not grounds for forgery? I am not a lawyer. I didn't study law. But even somebody that has gone through the 4 walls of a secondary school that can read and write would know that these two information.
Temp, I think we've even lost you, Seth. That's quite okay. Let me say
$1,002 is $1,003. Guys, let us not go. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think we lost you for like 1 minute. So maybe just try.
Let me drop then come back.
Okay,
let me drop then come back.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm trying to know. I can see. I just want to see if we round up with you. This is Classic Mike. Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, but
good.
That wasn't up. In fact, I was almost just dropping you right now. So go ahead.
Oh man, I didn't realize that. Oh, sugar. Okay, hello everyone. It's good to be here again. Let me go straight to the point where I haven't been on any space in a while, particularly the obedience space, because I think, and this is my opinion, No offense to anyone who might feel slighted by this. Um, I just gotta say this. One of the hallmarks of the obedience are that we are a people of action. We are also very united. We are united in our purpose and our goal. We are truly patriotic citizens. However, I have noticed that in recent times, I don't know why exactly this is happening, but I have noticed that we are becoming more of talkers than doers. Um, just about the time when the bullshit, excuse my French, the bullshit judgment was passed, you know, we all knew, we all knew that it wasn't going to be in our favor. We all knew, we all still know that the system is corrupt. Um, and uh, unfortunately, people obedient, we didn't go out. We didn't go out as we were expected to. You know, guess everyone was waiting for that one person to go out first, and that one person to go out first. But um, just I started to wonder when we start this. The obedient movement is not spearheaded by anyone. The movement is not led by one person. We all are leaders in this movement, and that's one of the beauty of this movement. That's why these people have not been able to cut us because there is not one head. There are several heads. But we have gone from just taking actions. We're still very courageous. We're still very united. We're still patriotic. But we're gradually going from being people of actions talking. And I noticed that we would rather come on spaces and vent. I don't want to just talk so much about that now. I think I've buttressed that enough.
Classic man,
I
where
think
are you? Are you in Nigeria or in diaspora?
I am in Ikoyi, Lagos, Nigeria. I'm in Lagos, Nigeria.
Have you tried
Uh,
make any attempts to maybe pull people out on your own?
Interesting. Thank you for that question. I I'm not trying to not to blow my horses, not to blow my trumpets, but I'm on a few obedient groups online on WhatsApp, and I make it a duty every day, if not every day, as often as possible when I see obedience to ignite that flame again. I've gotten into trouble a few times for this. Even today I went somewhere, the mainland, I was talking with people, and it's getting a bit too emotional. But I try to tell people, you know, we need to do this. We need to get out. We need to do this. But people are becoming more.
Yeah,
People are
yeah,
starting. We
I
really
get.
need to do.
Yeah,
It's a couple of people in my neighborhood are already starting to even say, you know what? He's there anyways. Let's just give this man a chance. I'm like, are you crazy? How can you even think such a thing to say, let's give him a chance? No, we're not giving him a chance. No, we're not giving any of them a chance. If anything, is a time to go harder. So
all
yeah,
right,
to
right,
answer
okay.
your
I totally acknowledge what you say. You're doing. I just encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. A lot of people are doing things on their own. Flag Boy has been out on his own so many times out there, and it's a huge risk and all that. I'm not saying you have to do the same, but
right,
it's important that, and I'm saying it because of how you came off. Kind of sounded like, oh, you're like saying everybody's not doing anything. So I wanted to show what you're doing yourself. But
I don't
I
I
agree
do
with
not
some of
mean
your sentiments.
why of course Flag Boy is doing that, and like I said, we're all leaders and we all have a duty to do this thing.
Yeah.
Same thing normal in our numbers. That's why, the more we come out, the more our voices are amplified, the harder it is for them to stop us.
All
I
right.
was at the polling booth last. Are
Anyway,
you trying to?
classic man. because of our time, I mean, I'm enjoying this conversation, but a couple of people are waiting. I'll just encourage you, keep doing what you're doing. I like the fact that you are trying to motivate people. I mean, you have to be that one person in your community that keeps doing that. I think that's the minimum. I said it last time. That's the minimum every Nigerian in Nigeria should be doing. The minimum is that you are radicalizing people. You are opening people's eyes. That's the minimum everybody, should be doing, whether in diaspora, in Nigeria. That's the minimum. And I really hope we're all doing that in our own sphere of influence, like you say you're doing now. And I hope every other person is doing that, because that's one of the best way to get to that point that we all want to get to. All right, thank you very much. Temp, maybe you should just go ahead and round up your submission before we come to Mommy Bolandi.
Okay. I hope my mic is better now. Oh,
Hopefully.
thank you very much.
Keep going.
Hopefully. So what I was saying is there's a difference between a document that says this guy attended or graduated from Chicago State University. There's another document that says the document he submitted to INEC did not emanate from them. That is grounds for forgery. And that is enough grounds for disqualification. And that is a crime under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's like the Agbadorians. If you bring the document of the subpoena, they would shy away from it. But when you talk about the court proceedings, they will say the school say they attended Chicago State University. The Constitution did not say disqualification is on grounds of graduating from a school. Even if the school is not registered, that's not what the Constitution says. Nigerians are beginning to have selective hearing and selective reasoning just to favor our narrative, but we do not consider what the Constitution actually says. And for a judge, a Supreme Court judge or justice, whatever they call themselves, to bring that narrative, I just said no. This is a lost cause unless we fight for it. For those that understand the game of chess, the most important piece on the board is the king. Calling for Peter Obi to come and lead a protest now is a no-no for me. In fact, we shouldn't even talk about it, because you cannot change a person that we supported, that does not have an iota of violence in him, to go and lead a protest that could turn violent, because we have idiots that have sand in their brains. I think that a certificate forger should lead them. Nigerians, we talk about the exchange rate. Guys, let me tell us something. Some years ago, we believed that if you travel to Ghana with 20,000 naira, you go ball, you go flex. Guys, let me tell you something. Something happened today that is shaking me to my spine. I have a ward that is in law school, studying law in Ghana, and I sent money to him for his upkeep. 100,000 naira, no, 1 million naira. As at early this year, I was exchanging for 18,000 Ghana cedis. 2 weeks ago, 1 million naira is exchanging for 12,000 Ghana cedis. Last week, 1 million naira is exchanging for 11,200 10,600 Ghana cedis. Today, 1 million naira is exchanging for 10,000 Ghana cedis. Do you imagine the laughing stock naira has turned to? How demeaning it is that within our own African states, our currency holds no water. Well, obedience, Nigerians, well-meaning Nigerians, if we think that we should pray for a government that knows nothing, listen, there is no economic policy that they can come up with now that will bring back naira to 800 naira. It is not possible with this government. Mba, it no go happen. It cannot happen. I pray that we rise up to our expectations. Yes, a lot of persons are doing so many things. But guys, somebody came on this space and said we should do something different. As obedience, we have the number and the capacity to change the narrative of the Nigerian political space and make things work. And it can only be done if we do one thing: totally unite to a common front. Totally unite to a common front. Well, meaning Nigerian, I sent you a chat. You read it, you've responded to it, but nothing has been done to that. Mag, the same thing. Please, guys, let us do something different and see how it goes. What we are doing now is working. Talking on space, it works. It has its own very big implication. I'll be rounding off soon. It has its own big implication, but let us go the extra mile. Please, guys, this is a plea because we are suffering. The economy is biting those in Nigeria and those outside Nigeria, whether we like it or not. Are you the mic?
All right, thank you very much, Tim. Now you may see that with this try and scroll like this. Uh, anyway, I'll try to find it. Thank you very much, Tim, for that submission. Um, we need to do something. We need to do. I think, funny enough, I feel like we all know that already. It's almost like preaching to the choir. Anyway, Mommy Bolanle, let's quickly have you before we round up.
So sorry, I was busy sorting out things for tomorrow. Oh, it's today. Yeah, I said at the start of the space I was going to come back at the end, but that young man who just was saying we seem to not be doing anything. I need people to coordinate the rally in Lagos. Are you up for it? Because if you're complaining, at the end of the day, you too do something. Right, so I've come up here again to talk about protests happening in London. We have one coming up today. We have one on Friday and one on Saturday, and we have a mega rally on the 4th of November, which is the worldwide one. Right. If you've not seen the flyer on my timeline, I really should have pinned it to my prep. I can still do that. Can you hit me up on my DM? My DM is open, but only to talk about the protest and the rally on the 4th. So let me also make it very clear. At the moment, I am only sharing responsibility for the rally and the protest in the UK. I know there's a further conversation to be had regarding the ones in Nigeria. If we can pull it off, it will be fantastic. But please stay tuned. Once again, my DMs are open. It's not too late to join us. The amount of activity going on behind the scene will like astound you. So much for obedience not doing anything. We're like putting our money where our mouth is, so that for the first time nobody's gonna say, oh, we're telling you to go and protest and we're sitting at home. We too, we're going out in the cold. We're going to protest for some hours later today, some hours on Friday, some hours on Saturday, before we have our major mega rally, which will be starting in Trafalgar Square, making our way to Nigerian High Commission and the BBC. Since they have not taken down that article, we want to go and do a show of force, and ending up at the UK Parliament. So it's going to be like a really busy day. We have so much planned for the day. So if you're in the UK, please hit me up on the DM. We have our own community. I will add you to it once we've done our checks, because no matter how despite, okay, fine, we're saying this isn't just about obedience. We're saying it's a non-partisan issue. We cannot have a certificate forger, a man who forfeited money to the United States government because he was involved in heroin, drug trafficking cartel, in Chicago, and involved in money laundering. And this is a man who, ever since he became an adult, this man has done nothing more than to he's always been in criminal acts. Criminality is in his DNA. We cannot have it. We're all gonna suffer. We're already suffering. And therefore, we really need to have our voices out there. So, I mean, if you've not heard anything about your area in the world, even if there's 5 of you, how about you DM me? Tell me what you're planning, and we can add you to community, which will give you access to resources to use for your day. The idea is wherever a Nigerian is in the world, they will take part and be involved in this. So please, if I don't I will respond. I respond to everybody in due course, but also you can hit up my sister Liberty Champion. You can hit up Anchor. I'll put you all out there. You can hit up Magnific Dude. You can hit up anyone. Even I know, Satan, I know you're busy, but if that's who you're close to, any which way, we need to get it going. Please, I'm already excited for tomorrow. I'm sitting here writing a letter that will be presented here tomorrow. They're going to be sick of me by the time I'm done with them. Anyway, yeah, so that's what I came up to say again. Thank you all for everything, all the people that are actually doing stuff and not just moaning about Peter Obi not doing this or Atiku not doing that. Let us do what we can do, right? So at least when you look back, you will know that at that point in time when Nigeria needed you to stand up, you stood up. Thank you. Have a happy night rest for all of you. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Mommy Bolanle. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you. I mean, that's actually a very good place for us to end today's space. Talking about action. Please, let's um, let's reach out to Mommy Bolanle. In fact, don't worry. I know my DM can be crazy sometimes. If you reach out to me, I can link you up. I have link. I have connect. All right. But let's try to do. Oh my DM. But let's try to reach out to Bolanle and get involved in these particular protests and all that. Anyway, on that note, I think it's just fair for us to end the space. It's like 10 minutes past. Okay, not too late though, but 10 minutes past the normal closing time. Time we trust they close. Thanks to everybody that came up to speak. Uh, thanks to those in thanks to those ahead that intend to that will be going for the protests either in the UK, of course in Canada on Saturday, and even those in Nigeria that may be cooking something. Because in Nigeria now, I want to believe people are cooking on the background. No wahala. You don't need to announce it. Shall cook. Thanks. Those that we couldn't bring up, apologies. Flag boy, I see your request, but sorry, you you I will, sorry, you can't bring you up. I can see you 100%. Thank you very much. And every other person that we couldn't bring up, apologies for those I'm seeing, those I can't see. Sorry, maybe it's some network glitch or something. Thanks to everybody for coming. So, Saddam, over to you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming out again one more time. I just to wrap up the whole space. Thank you, well-meaning. Thank you, Jimmy, my brother. Thank you, Call Me Lexi, Mombolale, and everyone on the platform. We just wrap up by saying this. I think we um I made this submission earlier on the space, and probably many people know on the space then. For us to understand what we're doing, and also to shout out to all those that are already doing stuff offline. Plenty of people are doing a lot of stuff offline. To understand what we are doing online, to just put it in perspective of what we are doing online, to understand that we are two different versions of people that are working offline, people that are working online. They are both as important as each other. If you're not doing anything offline, if you're not doing anything offline to help the movement, you're also part of the problem. So before you want to put the mirror on other people, put the mirror in front of your face and ask yourself, what are you doing? It is very. I ask myself every day. I say, what have you done today to further this cause? What have you done today to further this cause? Every day I ask myself that question. Every day, and I think all of us should ask ourselves those questions. We just have to continue to push what we're pushing. And also importantly to understand that spaces are created to help shape narratives, pass informations that you will not hear on your mainstream media. That's what spaces are for. Spaces are not where you cannot build anything from spaces than passing information, creating information, shaping narratives. These are what spaces are for. It's very, very, very important to understand these things and understand why the establishment wants to take you and take us off having this conversation, because it makes them feel so uncomfortable. I asked the question earlier on the space, and I said, ask yourself one reason. People might come out and say, Nigerians are not doing anything, Nigerians are not saying anything, Nigerians are not doing this, Nigeria, blah, 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 blah. We can come out and complain all true. But one thing that we cannot change and say is that Tinubu has not been fighting for his life. He has been known and he has been termed an illegitimate president in the world. And it's not because Nigerians protested or Nigerians have done something crazy like their fellow people across. It is because Nigerians have been screaming on social media. So please, nobody should ever come out and discountenance the effect of what people are doing on social media. It is the most important tool we have had and we have been using. We don't have the mainstream media. You don't have local medias. You don't have anything than your voices on social media. So please, obedient, scream louder, shout louder from social media. Don't let anybody gaslight you to make you feel that what you're doing on social media is just talking. No. Your talk is the single reason right now why Tinubu is still shaking. Because Nigerians offline have done nothing to hold that government accountable. What you're doing on social media is what has made other nations scare away from him, shy away from him. What you're doing on social media is what has made every other nation know that he's a criminal drug baron. It's from the social media. So nobody should come and gaslight you and say you come on spaces and talk. That you do not understand what is happening on social media. This war is two-front war, online and offline. There's a reason why the mainstream media were reporting in Palestine and Israel that there was a bomb blast in the hospital, blah, 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 blah. And people were on social media breaking and telling people the real news. So if Nigerians on ground are not willing to stand up and pick up their rights, Nigerians online should speak up, and speak up we will. Don't come and gaslight us and tell us what to do on spaces to come and shout. We will keep shouting, because that shouting is the single reason why Bola Ahmed Tinubu today is an illegal president. I also want to pass that out for all those I too sabi, you people are not doing this, everyone, please. If you're too agitated, you can see what Bola did last week. Let us see pictures and videos of you outside your city, outside wherever you are in the world. Do that one-man protest. Do that one-man revolution. Do that one-man song. Let us see you. Flag boys doing all these things across the country. We are seeing them. Let's see your own doing it. Please don't come and tell us Nigerians, please. If you don't understand the motive of what we're doing here, some of us do. And it's important we understand that. Thank you, guys. Please, we'll be back here on Thursday as usual to shout and to talk. For those that want to talk and for those that want to shout. It is not compulsory. It is not mandatory. It is not. Nobody has put a gun on your head to say, "Hey, you must come on spaces." No. If you think it's just noise people are making on spaces, please stay off. But don't allow people that understand what they're doing here feel like they're not doing or they're not spending their time well. Please do not do that. Our voices are the reason why today this government are still feeling the heat of the Nigerian people. It's very, very, very important to understand these things. Thank you very much, my brother. Welcome Nigeria one more time. Thank you, call me Lexi. Thank you, Jimmy. N6, you fell up. I know you have been busy. Mbolande, please, guys, if you're across Europe, you're in London, please, we have something big coming up. Tomorrow, we have to stage a protest, please. If you're in London, I know some of you in London that came up here and was shouting, blah, 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 blah. If you are not so that, even you were going to Canada, you know, come on for Canada protest. I know they look you, go ahead, they shout for space up and down. You know, come out. I know one company just drag you. I don't see if I allow you. You on Thursday you come again. I go ask you. Did you get mark attendance? You know, mark attendance. I will expose you. Your parents, if you're the ones that you come out there and shout, you're not doing anything. I just come out. I will expose you. You must be doing something. Match your talk with action. Eh? I don't call your name now, but please, I must see you in the London rally tomorrow. When my brother, I'll tell the person name. If the person is not there to mark present on Thursday, we'll expose that person. Guys, thank you very much. I see all our amazing speakers. Thank you for those that could not get the mic to speak. I beg, no vex. It's just that we have to wrap up the space because we've kept time and we have spent the last 5 hours talking. Yes, talking. Well, we'll keep continue talking until Nigerians on the ground start working. And when they start working, our talk and their work will match to action. But until then, guys, thank you to every single one of you that could not come up to speak. I beg, no vex, so I beg, I'm still begging again. It's not intentional, it's just that we have to. We cannot pick all the speakers. We have had a whole lot of people requesting for the mic, but we cannot pick everybody. It will reach you probably on Thursday. Hopefully, we'll be back here again, God willing, same time, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. Thank you very much. I see Honorable Mr. Kempela. God bless you, sir. Thank you for always coming out here. I see my brother Steve. Big Mac, thank you very much. Mami Madonna, Antonia, Abokina Giri, Omega XZ. Please, guys, please stream Omega XZ's Breakfast from Chicago. That's an amazing song. The video is out there. Please go and stream that. These are the people that we should be supporting, and talents are using their talents to promote. These are the things we're saying. What are you doing? Omega XZ is doing something. His voice is out there singing about the issues, and it'll be documented in the time of history that one artist like that used talent to God give him and spoke on the issues that concerns Nigeria at a time like this. Thank you, my brother Omega X. That song is an amazing song. Sweet Angel of Real Ever Best Fame. God bless you, my sister. Thank you, Anka Dede, Harry, Franny. God's will for Nigeria. Thank you, Oluwadami Larry, Polonium, Dr. Mary White, Dr. Bancolet, Dr. Lily V, Justice, Kolade, Yvonne, Nina, Dr. Lou, Dr. Kels, Napunzel, Incoming Virus, Prisma, Fetch, Tony Estate, Amoda, Ans the P, Shrubs, Mr. Waleri, my brother Chulo, Stella, Larry, Duchess, JR, Mike, Ikena, Mugzi, Pelumi, my guy. God bless you. Always here, Ellie, Patience, Dr. Royal, Nurse Ray, Mama Wakiri, Kelly K, Mood, Ladi Eti, Sapi, Savik, Tunde Chooks, Captain, Professor Talata, Dr. T, John Vick, my brother, good to see you again. Uche, Prince, K. Orobs, David, Chidi, Seyon. God bless every one of you. I'm just trying to call as much as possible. Kunle P. Kunle, thank you very much. I saw you at the last protest in London. Please, I hope you'll be out there again tomorrow. Dr. RP, Small, Udochi, Uncle Clay, Peters, Jude E. God bless you all. Ogene Karo, my brother, thank you so much. Guys, we'll be back here again, hopefully, God's willing, on Thursday, 7 p.m. And as always on the platform, we do this for God and for country. Good night and stay safe.